They won't let me go. Damn it. Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you can go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
King Chaka NT. Y'all can check out the music on Spotify, Apple, and other services. I want to hear your thoughts. How y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí, se puede. The name of the show today is Sensory Deprivation. How y'all feel? Y'all feel good? It's good to feel good. Remember, the revolution will not be televised, but it will be streamed. Plug in. You know what I'm saying? I almost made the name of the show "It's Your Time to Do Your Part." It's time to do your part. I don't know. I think people do feel like they're stepping up when it comes to like these boycotts and so forth and so on. And it is an example of the power of the people, you know. So that is a thing. It's the problem I have with it is that it's misguided and it's being manipulated, you know. Maybe it's like PSYOP part 2, you know, freaking the pandemic was, not to say that the pandemic wasn't real, but what it did to the people, how they controlled the people. Like, you know, when you're scared, it's a lot easier to control. You're a lot easier to be controlled. Let me make sure y'all can hear me. Easier to control. You're a lot easier to. Okay. You know, so scare you really bad and then um, drive you into a certain direction, you know, that's and it's a lot easier, you know. Like I think I've said this before, but like cats, I like cats a lot, but cats they're really smart. They're smart animals, but they make terrible decisions when they're afraid. You know, when they get frightened, they make really bad decisions. You know, jump off a bridge or something. Like, it's all in the spur of the moment. You know, um, and it's got them, and they do something really dumb, and it could be like they're dead. You know, it could result in their life. You know, that's why people say cats have 9 lives, because they do so many things that should have took their life. You know, and they find a way out of it or whatever, like, because they can just like, they're like electricity, man. That's why I like them. They like can run up a wall, but it'll be totally by accident. You couldn't get them to do it again. So yeah. So anyways, comparing humans to cats related to just make you scared, and then we can drive you into a psyop. But what I was talking about was the power of the people, and the time to do your part. um you can have an impact. So that boycotting thing that happened shows that a regular person can have an impact when we come together and we work as a team, and when we have a community, you know and we all make a decision, and we actually follow up that decision with actual action, and we do it in like synchronicity all together. That's when we can have an impact. So I'm just hoping that people can realize that they can have an impact. You don't have to be manipulated though. This is where I'm trying to get to with the cat story. If you can just focus and not be manipulated, be calm, you know, don't let your emotions get involved, and you make a plan, you know, and you look at things and you see them as they are, you know, and then you make moves to impact things into a better direction, you know, for good. you know the issue is you need a community, because you're not going to have impact alone. So you can have impact alone. Let me take that back. But it you can really have impact when you have a group, when you have a community, when you can get everybody on board. So somehow, maybe with this show, we could get people, looking at things in similar ways, come to some agreements, come to some general conclusions that we all can agree to, and plans of action. You know, yeah, I like the little community service things. I love it. I'm talking about revolution here. We're talking about revolution. Anyway, so the show. Back to what we're supposed to be talking about. I might come back to that tomorrow. Sensory deprivation is the name of the show. I bought these earphones some years ago, and they were noise cancellation earphones, the ones that cover your whole ear. I think they were Sony. Sony was the brand, and I had never had earphones like those before, and I loved it. I really fell in love with it, and then as time goes on, like I'm completely addicted. Like I gotta have them. I've already been through like two pairs of earphones that are like that, and they're not cheap. I think I'm on my third pair within the last, I don't know how many years, maybe 3, something like that. Anyways, yeah, I never had those earphones before, and they're noise canceling. And what I think I got addicted to was the noise canceling, the sensory deprivation that was happening. Excuse me. I really can't go without it now. Something in my throat. I can't go without the sensory deprivation, or at least a little bit of it, you know. But I realized that I was doing this type of thing before already, because I learned over time about like meditating. I really went down that road. So a lot of people call me crazy. My daughter thinks I'm weird, because a lot of times when I take a shower, I turn the lights off. I like to shower in the dark, no light, like completely dark, and I take long showers. So that's a thing. And I didn't realize it, because like the sound of the water kind of drowns out every other sounds, all the other sounds. So, and then the light, you know, deprives you of like the light noise that comes, you know, and it's what distracts your eyes, you know, and breaks your concentration and stuff. So, and then I just realized that I have been doing this for a long time, and it's a direction that I've been going in to learn more about sensory deprivation, because it kind of goes along with what I was saying about being manipulated, because you have so many things coming at you. You know, you got the UV rays, we've got these radio waves, the Bluetooth signals, you know, the light, the regular light, you know, the noise, people making noise, people talking, you know, cars going by. It's so much that your senses sometimes I think get overloaded. We scroll on whatever website and we are just looking at different screens over and over really quickly, like getting information really quickly, like, and flipping through that shit. And it's like, you know, it, as far as humans, I think that it's good that we have like this multitasking thing that we like to do, but we have to understand that, you know, your body and mind is like a machine, so it kind of needs breaks, you know what I mean? It needs to be oiled up, you know, it needs lubrication, you know, it needs to cool down, you know, and that's what we have to do more often. And using like some kind of, and they're coming out with all of these I didn't realize how much the different things they have for this, um all of these tools that you can use to help you uh use this idea of sensory deprivation. Am I sharing this page? This is an Amazon page, and I'm not trying to be a selling y'all products and shit. I'm just talking about this idea of sensory deprivation, and I think this is a good way to kind of segue all these different. It says a migraine headache relief cap, hot and cold. It covers your whole head. This one, it says white noise sleep mask with sleep headphones for men and women. So I guess, but does it work with the noise cancellation? I guess we have to look at that. What is this one? Aurora projector, Galaxy Star projector. I don't know about that. So this one is similar to that one. Sleep headphones, white noise, Bluetooth sleep mask. So I guess if it's noise reduction, it'll work. But they have a tank. Wait, what is this? They went all off. Let me see. Sensory deprivation tank. Let me share this screen with y'all. Is it on the screen? No. Let me share this. 1 second. Okay, check it out and make sure I'm sharing. Yes. Okay. This is just a what Google search page. Um, sensory deprivation tank therapy is advertised as offering health benefits such as inducing deep relaxing, managing anxiety and pain, improving sleep, and boosting heart health. However, the research is limited, and public information about float tanks may not always be backed by published scientific studies. Well, they know it's something to it. They have those rooms that you go into, you know, and some people like they feel like they're gonna go crazy, like because they completely take all the sound out. Um, sensory deprivation tank therapy is advertised as offering health benefits such as inducing relaxation, managing anxiety and pain, improving sleep, and boosting heart health. Hmm. I wouldn't mind checking one of them out. Let's read an article right quick about this. Just real quick. Very Well Health by Mark Garari, published on June 8, 2023, medically reviewed by Dakari Quimby, PhD. It says prevention and treatment, everything you need to know about sensory deprivation tank therapy. Am I sharing? Okay. It says a sensory deprivation tank, also called a float tank, isolation tank, or flotation tank, is a soundproof dark tank full of salt water. Sensory deprivation tank therapy, which also goes by many names, including float therapy and restricted environmental stimulation therapy, REST, REST, that's cute, involves spending time inside a float tank to reduce external stimuli. Sensory deprivation tank therapy is advertised as offering health benefits such as inducing deep relaxation, managing anxiety and pain, improving sleep, and boosting heart health. However, the research is limited and public information about flow takes may not always be backed by public scientific studies. This article describes how sensory deprivation therapy works and the potential benefits and risks. What is sensory deprivation tank? The sensory deprivation tank was first developed by John C. Lilly, a neuroscientist interested in studying human consciousness in the 1950s. He believed he could get better insight into how the brain works by cutting the mind off from external stimuli. He also wanted to counter existing theories that the brain needed outside stimulation to function. Hmm. So he said, I want to see how the brain works by cutting the mind off from external stimuli. I know that I what happens is like I can meditate better, I can um I can't really explain it. It's like anybody that really meditates would understand what I mean, but it's like you know how like sometimes you have a lot of thoughts going through your mind, They're like they they flow through you like, from your head out of your feet or something. It's like a wave that comes through you like woo, woo. It's like the ocean and they just keep going wave after wave after wave, multiple waves at a time. And when you meditate, you want to, the early first things that you want to learn how to do is to not hold on to them, let them flow out because you can grab them and keep them, and they start building up because they're gonna keep coming. So, and you can dwell on them. But that's like I said, the first thing you want to do is learn how to let them go. But advanced level is when you can start getting it down to maybe just one thought. And then beyond that is no thoughts, like literally nothing. Okay. And that is very difficult to do. It's very, very difficult to do. I think most people probably don't make it that far. But if you do make it that far, then you can, it's like feel, everything is feel, and that at that point, you kind of are enlightened, if you will. Like you get epiphanies, if you will. You get understanding, like you gain it. It just happens like boom, realizations happen, you know. So I think it's something to this sensory deprivation thing to help you get to that point, to help you like be enlightened, you know. And the other side of that is the reason why we're so overstimulated, I think this is my theory. We're overstimulated because the powers that be, they don't want you to be enlightened. So as long as you're steady busy on your hamster wheel or on your treadmill or literally going to the gym and working out, you know what I mean? Long as you constantly on your scroll on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, long as you continually searching, shopping, Amazon sites, online looking for stuff to buy. I'm just giving you examples of what people do to keep themselves like completely overly stimulated, like constantly going. And you have to, if you want those epiphanies. So, but then that's why they say go and take a vacation. But I was thinking about that too. And it was like the way we do vacations and stuff, like I, a lot the way our culture is all about work, 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 work. A lot of people can't even when they take a vacation, they can't unplug. They have their grind mode is on, so they're just still on grind mode, even though they're on vacation. Like they can't turn it off. So I don't think it's very. I don't think it's helpful. All those long times in the airports, flying, booking rooms or whatever, like, I don't know, you having to go get something to eat. Uh, you you're still going. You're still going overstimulant. You're still not relaxing. Anyways, let me read some more of this. It says, realizing that being submerged in water can effectively cut a person off from their stimulation. Lily developed a tank filled with salt water that allowed a person to float, keeping their face above the water. Initially, these tanks were closed, cutting a person off from any external light or sound. Now they can be adjusted to allow some light be left open or even play relaxing music depending on your preference. They're filled with 10 inches of they're filled with 10 inches of body temperature water mixed with Epsom salts. That's magnesium sulfate. Typical sensory deprivation tank therapy sessions last about 60 minutes. They can be shorter or longer. You lie on your back and float without the sensation of gravity, temperature, sound. If you opt for no music, a visual stimuli, while focusing on breathing generally, the experience is described as pleasant and relaxing. It sounds pleasant and relaxing to me. And I love water. I'm a swimmer. I was a swimmer all through high school, and I still swim a lot. And so maybe that's me on my earlier stage of looking for those sensory deprivations, because I spent a lot of time in pools, like a lot of time in pools, and you know all kinds of stuff that you do in the pool, like, but you know some of the stuff just floating in the water is something I do a lot. Like I really enjoy that. If you ever been on like a lazy river or whatever, and they give you like an inner tube, and you can just kind of like you lay on the tube, and it just kind of takes you through. I think if you can enjoy that properly, it'll have a similar effect. I think. Uh, Anyways, let's read this. It says, excuse me, health benefits behind sensory deprivation. Since its inception, sensory deprivation tank therapy has become a mainstay of complementary and alternative medicine, which includes massage, acupuncture, and other therapies. Some research has found psychological and health benefits associated with this therapy, though additional research is needed to back these claims. Increased creativity. Sensory deprivation tank therapy is thought to boost creativity by allowing you to easily access your creative mind without external stimulation. While the claim is broad and hard to prove, sensory deprivation has been shown to slow down secondary thought processes, like the abstract thinking of thoughts about everyday life, allowing room for primary processes such as intuition, imagination, or a focus on the immediate moment. It says improved concentration and focus. Another publicized benefit of sensory deprivation tank therapy is that sessions can improve concentration and focus. This is explained by the introspection associated with the experience. The absence of distractions may allow you to sharpen your thinking and enhance goal orientation. Initial studies have noted these qualities as part of why this therapy can be helpful alongside psychotherapy. So they want you to do this, and so when they say psychotherapy, do they just mean like talking to you, or does that involve drugs? Because if it involves drugs, I don't like that. But if it's just somebody talking to you, then okay. It says boosting physical performance. Sports and athletics aren't just a pursuit of the body. Competition and physical achievement also involve developing the right mindset. Initial evidence, what the hell is wrong with me? Initial evidence has supported claims that sensory deprivation tank therapy may help with recovery from intense physical workouts. Research has found sessions to help with physical recovery and the psychological stress and strain of competition. Now that makes a lot of sense. Anybody that's been like really, that's a really, really competitive person, because you get wound up, really, really wound up. And it really don't matter what it is that you're doing, because it could be working out, or it could be, you know, a sport, or it could be, even some kind of like mental competition like chess. You get all the way wound up. I like what they're saying here. So it's saying it could possibly boost your physical performance. So you wind all the way down, and it says recovery from intense physical workouts. I wonder how many of these professional athletes do stuff like that. I bet you a lot of them do. I bet you it's known. Let me read this. It says treats anxiety. Preliminary research has found that sensory deprivation tank therapy may be useful for people with anxiety. A study from 2018 of 31 people with high anxiety sensitivity, meaning they quickly become anxious and perceived it as very harmful, found 90-minute flotation sessions to have a distinct anti-anxiety anxiolytic. They got the thing. Oh, anxiolytic. Okay, that's what I was supposed to say. Flotation session to have distinct anti-anxiety anxiolytic effect. This was measured through patient self-reports and physical measures such as lower levels of stress hormones. Wait a minute. Patient self-reports. Okay, I already can't trust that. However, there are many well-established approaches to treating anxiety, such as therapy and medication. Can't even say it because I don't. It's hurting me to say it. Float therapy may be useful alongside these approaches, but there is not enough scientific evidence for float therapy as a primary treatment option. See, I think that while I'm reading this, I feel like they're being very careful, because like this type of thing would put a lot of stuff out of business. Because if it's true that it's as simple as something like this to cure all of this stuff, then they wouldn't have no justification for all of those drugs, and that's how they make a killing. And the doctors needing somebody to talk to or whatever. Like all you need to do is go float. What if that was it? And you don't need none of those drugs. You don't even need to go talk to nobody, nothing. Well, it would be real cheap to do that. Like, they don't want that. That's what I'm getting. That's the vibe I'm getting as I read this article. Let me read some more. It says relieves pain. Ooh. Pain relief is another claimed benefit of sensory deprivation tank therapy, though some studies have found sessions raise endorphins, stress and pain relieving hormones, although others lack evidence to support this claim. According to an analysis from 2014, the evidence regarding hormone levels was somewhat unclear, though patients generally reported feeling less pain after treatment. I wonder if it actually does, because it has to do with your mind. So, right? So your pain, a lot of times it's your mind is like telling you that you're having pain. It's like your mind's telling you something hurts or whatever. Like, you know, and it's an alert mechanism to usually to get you to change, to do something different or whatever. It's to preserve you, it's to make sure that you're healthy and keep on going and don't die, whatever, because that's what your body is designed to do. It's like a spacesuit. So, but what if the pain isn't all that real? Like, what if it's a pain that you are like mentally telling yourself you have, or maybe the pain is real and it's really just a tension because you're so wound up and tight and you haven't relaxed, that you having this pain. So then when you get to the point where you have the sensory deprivation and you completely relax for real, then the pain actually goes away. That's interesting. Let me read some more. It says improves cardiovascular health, likely due to the feelings of relaxation and calm associated with sensory deprivation. Some research has found this therapy to help with health of the heart and blood vessels. In turn, those who've had treatment may have healthier breathing, As such, this therapy, when used with others, may help improve cardiovascular health. Now, I bet you this is actually true because I'm an asthmatic, and I used to struggle with asthma as a child growing up. And they told me, I don't know, I went to the doctor or something, and they said that swimming helps. That's what they said. And so I've been swimming ever since. And I'm telling you, once I started swimming, like you got to do a lot of controlling of your breath when you're swimming, and you have to learn a lot of, learn how to hold your breath. And then that's a mental thing too. So my asthma basically, I ain't gonna say it went away, but it was not like before, completely controlled. I had an asthma pump all the way through my childhood. And then after I started swimming, like professionally, not professionally, but like really actually swimming, like being taught how to properly swim, I no longer had problems. I didn't have to have my asthma pump, and I haven't had one since. And like that's why I think, them talking about this having improves cardiovascular health too. Same thing with like your blood pressure. You know how like when you're sitting or whatever, a lot of times like you have your legs crossed. Like I just had my legs crossed just now while I was saying it. That's why I moved. But yeah, you have your legs crossed. The pressure that's, you know the circulation going through your legs is not what it should be, you know, and that's true in pretty much any positions that you're in, pretty much other than walking, like even walking the bottom of your feet while it's hitting the ground, but your feet are designed like that, so then the vessels kind of spread out, in little, so that it doesn't have that same kind of impact. But higher up on your body, you know, you have larger vessels, so though they get blocked, just by sitting down, laying down, whatever, So then there goes your circulation not circulating as well as it could, So cardiovascular health, a lot of it has to do with the blockage, the oxygen not being able to get there or to or fro or whatever. That's where the problems come from. And then your heart is really just trying to, keep you alive like the rest of your body. And so it overcompensates for that. And then that's how it gets chronic disease. So I can see how the, sensory deprivation can help cardiovascular health. I bet you that is true.
Let me ask. Um, Good evening to everyone. Hello.
Hey, how's it going, bro?
What's going on? Because I mean, while you're on this subject, I want to ask because it's just something that came across my computer screen, my mental computer screen about the sensory deprivation. Is it an example like let's just say somebody who has had pains and someone that may not want to take pills because you can shut things off mentally. Does that maybe an overload can overload of different stresses or pains can actually have an effect on that sensory network?
Hey, sounds good to me. I bet you it's true. You know, like I was saying this whole time as I've been reading this article, I feel like they're being very careful about how they say this because they don't want people to be like, oh, you don't need the drugs or you don't need the doctor or whatever. You could just do this or whatever. You know what I mean? Because this gonna cost nothing. You could go get in the pool or whatever. You can make your own freaking sensory deprivation tank or whatever. Put on some damn uh noise canceling earphones, like the best that you could possibly find, and put on some like a blindfold or something and make this shit waterproof and then go get in the pool. You know what I'm saying? And make the temperature of the water the same temperature as your body. I don't know how that might be a little difficult, but you know, and float in the water with a little floaty or something, a couple of floaties, and just
Well, I think that I mean there's different things that I think that can affect it both positively and negatively because one of the things that I know that can you know send your body into a because it's somewhat they're saying like a fight or flight, but let's just say like if you take a shower, warm or hot shower, but by the end of it, to spark your metabolism or to get your body to
You're supposed
react
to
in a
use a
way,
cold, right?
you swap it to cold. Yeah.
And I never do that, and I've heard that before, and I know about that. Anyways, I tell my daughter whenever. Anyways, it's about like how like you have an injury, you have a physical injury, you do hot
Hmm.
cold, hot cold, hot cold. You know what I'm saying? To
Yeah.
get that swelling down and get that circulation back and also work on the pain. You go back and
But
forth between hot and
but if
cold.
you
But
but
I never do that though when I get out of shower, and I'm always too hot.
I do it. I don't do it abruptly because a lot of times, like I start out, never really hot. My body, I can't stand anything too hot, but I will gradually change it from warm to not as warm to a little cooler, cooler and cooler until like have it where like it almost is not like a drastic it's not a drastic change, but I do like to change it to that cool water just because, especially in the summertime, because you know um you know I don't know, I just like it. What I'm saying. But either way, I think that helps your body respond to the different levels of sensory, because once your body gets used to a certain thing, it doesn't understand the changes, or you know I think it needs to be able to respond to those differences so that it can like it's just one of those things I think that the body needs from time to time that
Well, I think all things in moderation. So I think that you could definitely do it too much, but I think that pretty much any amount that you do it, because most of us probably wouldn't be able to do it over long periods. Because like they have those rooms that you go into, and some people say like it's driving them insane. Like it's like a safe that you get into, kind of like, and it cuts sound off completely, and
but
people can't even stay in there for more longer than a few minutes. So but what I'm saying is, you know uh I get what you're saying. Maybe it's a bad thing, but I'm thinking like,
maybe what's a bad thing.
well, you're saying about the sensory deprivation, as far as like it could have negative. That's the point you were making, right?
Well,
That it could
yeah,
have.
because I mean we could do it mentally and physically, and it can be harmful as well as helpful.
Yeah,
So I
well,
mean,
that's just like anything. A little bit of poison is medicine. So, but I think that's fair to say. But what I'm saying is, it wouldn't even really matter, because we're overly sense our senses are overly stimulated all the time. You know what I'm saying? So I
hmm
think that anybody would benefit from any amount of time doing it. So if they did it too much, it probably would be a negative thing. But I think that most people would never even get, they wouldn't
well,
be able to do it too
well,
much.
well, I think that the too much is just having that same, like just like a ringing in your ear. If it's consistent and it stays there all the time, you're just going to get used to it, and over time, like you'll still be there, but you'll start to ignore it, which might not be a good thing, because it could be eventually one of the things that could cause deafness. So
Yeah.
by changing things up and having being able, at least where you can be able to recognize when those things are happening, that's gonna be, like every now and then, me or my son's mother, we might abruptly take my son's phone away from him, because if it's always just, if he always has it and blah blah blah, and then whatever, like I think sometimes having that shock is good. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So yeah, I don't know. I mean, but I guess everybody's gonna have their own way of dealing with certain things, but I think that we getting too comfortable and with things that are not good for us. So
Yeah,
that's the part I
and
wanted to.
that's all this. Yeah, and that's all this stimulation. Let's
Yeah.
I'm gonna just do the little headliners in here. It says Increased feelings of happiness is something that can happen. Better sleep is saying it could help with depression, anxiety, sleep problems, pain. It says, what are negative effects of sensory deprivation? It says, as with any therapy, sensory deprivation carries risk and may cause harmful effects. Consider the potential adverse effects before your first float therapy session. It says hallucinations. The profound effects of sensory deprivation can cause some people to experience hallucinations, seeing or hearing things that aren't there. In one study, there were isolated reports of visual hallucinations, typically arising as colors or shapes. Others experienced out of body experiences, which not always considered unpleasant. Nonetheless, some people may find these experiences disturbing should they arise. Okay, so this is interesting because I think that, the hallucinations are probably good. Like they're calling them hallucinations, but um, I don't know that that's necessarily a bad thing, especially if this is brought on without any kind of drugs, you
Well,
know?
I mean, the thing is that, that can be a natural change because I mean our body is like everything that's happening in our body is a chemical reaction, regardless if we think that we thought of it or whatever. But certain the different feelings that we have is based on those chemical changes or interactions with emotional changes.
Yep.
We feel what we feel because of that. So those hallucinations is also, whether it's induced with a drug or naturally it happens just with your body makeup. Those things from time to time I think are good. I mean, it's just like some people saying with shrooms, but some people like, some people think that like meditating and this, that, and the other, and then using cocaine, and it's induced by cocaine. Okay, your body was able to get to that point, but at the same time, there's others is like, man, shoot, I need nothing. I just so
Zoom.
you know what I'm
Freaking
saying.
so yeah, so this is the first one under what are the negative effects of sensory deprivation. And I think you could easily flip that on to the positive side. I
Well,
don't know if
yeah.
that fits.
Well, but see,
That's
but
my
that's
point.
I mean that's the thing that I think with a lot of these articles that and especially what's in mass. I mean, a lot of the articles is just like with media. It's certain things that they prefer, how they want you to see it,
All
but
right.
it can have the flip effect.
So the next one is drowning. It says there is always a risk of drowning since float therapy involves water. Although this is rare, nowadays there are safeguards in place in most places that offer sensory deprivation tank therapy, such as intercom systems that allow participants to raise the alarm if they become frightened or uncomfortable. So drowning would definitely fall on the negative side of this. Uh, it says it, but it says it's rare. So why are you bringing it up? It says although it's rare, and then it says nowadays there are safeguards in place. So I don't, you know, someone should be, if you're paying for this. Now, if I'm doing it on my own, that's one thing. But if I'm paying for this, I would expect someone to be paying attention and making sure that I don't fucking drown.
Well, I mean, drowning. Well, and maybe I'm wrong with my definition. Uh, you can, it doesn't necessarily mean you die from it, because I
Yeah,
mean you.
yeah, yeah. I hear you on that. But still, you're gonna be scared to
But
death.
but
You damn
but
near
but that
died. You could have
but I
died.
think but yeah, but I think that fight or flight uh reaction might be necessary to a healthy life, because
Right.
you know
Make you realize that your life is short and that you could die. Maybe it'll help you to live the life more fullest. And it'd be better if it's in a simulated situation rather than out in the real world, because I think people do it in the real world and they're doing the exact same thing to try to help them feel alive, So then like getting on a motorcycle and doing 200 down 59, swerving in and out of cars and in between cars and stuff, that might not
mhm,
be a healthy way to do that. You know what I mean?
yeah. And I know a lot of people suppress a lot of the feelings that they have, that like people who were very active when they were young, things that like, and because they feel like, oh, I can't do that. All I've got kids now. I can't do this. I can't do that. But by you somewhat in your mind giving up your who you are, like the child side of you, to be, to show responsibility, is one of those things where people lose interest in life. They gain weight because they're eating, or doing something, or not being the active person that they used to be because of these suppressed, uh, because I mean, you said deprivation, but it may be a sensory suppression. You know what I'm saying? I think
Mhm.
that's kind of more so that the angle that I would look at it, because at least from my beginning question, is because, like, we do, I think most humans, especially the more you know we become adults, the the more responsibilities we have, the more things that we kind of push, even though we might want to do certain things, we might want to go out and party. Nah, I'm gonna stay home. I'm gonna just, once I finish dinner, get a bed, go to bed, and turn on the TV, and go to sleep. Where dancing would have did you some good.
Yeah. Let me read this one. It says pain and discomfort. Although potential adverse effects of sensory deprivation tank therapy is pain or discomfort on the skin caused by exposure to Epsom salts. Pain should only arise if you have a cut or injury on your skin. So this is another one that doesn't really fall on the negative side, because it's like, okay, if you had a cut or injury on your skin, then you might feel a little burning from the Epsom salts. Like, you calling this pain and discomfort, and you're also putting this under the what are the negative effects of sensory deprivation. So look, and then they only had three. They put hallucinations, drowning, pain, and discomfort. They had one, two, three, four for is that right? For positive reasons. Let me see. No, more than that. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, and eight. They have eight. They have eight reasons that is positive or whatever. And then they have only three negatives. And then one of the negatives could easily be put on a positive side. And then
Potentially, yeah, that could
and
it could go either way, I think.
yeah, and then you got the drowning one, which is definitely
Negative.
negative, but
Yeah,
they're saying that it's really rare, and they're saying they have safeguards. It seems like somebody would have to be watching. Like, I don't really see that. I mean, I guess because they said it's rare, so maybe one out of freaking a billion. Like, somebody must have drowned. They said, like, they did something
a
really.
slow response
Some
to.
somebody did something really, really, really dumb, probably. To for that to happen, like a freak accident or something. And then it says pain and discomfort, but this one is like talking about Epsom salt, and if you have a cut or injury on your skin. So I guess if you don't have a cut, or you're not gonna you know have any discomfort. And then if you do have a cut, then the discomfort is just a little bit, because it's like, that's not a big pain. That's not that I would call it an irritants, really. I wouldn't even call it a pain. You know what I mean?
A cut.
Well, if have you ever used Epsom salt before?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you, let's say you have it, you're using it for your feet, you're soaking your feet, it's Epsom salt or whatever. Maybe you put it in your bathtub. And if you have any previous like cuts, like, they have to be pretty recent too. And so a little bit of the salt gets in there and it burns a bit. Just
Yeah,
like a
I mean,
like
shoot,
a
that could
like a
happen.
bit.
That could happen from just regular soda, that table salt. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Well, they're talking about the deprivation tank, and they use Epsom salt in that water.
Yeah.
So yeah, that don't sound like that barely sounds like a negative to me. Anyways, I'm gonna move on. I think I spent too much time on this already. That's what I wanted to. That's the name of the show, so that's why I kind of wanted to go into the sleep deprivation stuff.
Sleep deprivation. That's what you
I mean,
the
sensory deprivation. I'm sorry. The name of the
yeah.
show is sensory deprivation. I don't know why I said sleep. Sorry.
Yeah, because I would say that's something I probably could really talk about because I've been depriving myself of some sleep. It's time for a vacation.
Yeah, man. I do it too. And then I after like 3 or 4 days, then I pretty much have to have like a solid 10 hours of sleep
Yeah.
to be properly functioning.
Well, and I think while I'm on the road, I probably can get more sleep, out here by myself or whatever. But when I'm at home, like, my concerns are more, with family things that they need, things I can do to help them, this, that, and the other. So may not rest quite as much as I, wish to, but you know, I just I think that can go either way.
Yeah, let's go into some stuff here. I don't think sleep deprivation is good, and then like the whole reason why I was talking about sensory deprivation is that we need to relax and we're overstimulated, and that's kind of what happens
Hmm.
to what even causes us to not be able to sleep. Because we're overly stimulated and we can't wind down enough to actually go to sleep, and then
Un-
the cycle just continues. So that's the reason why I kind of wanted to talk about sensory deprivation, because that's an answer to that. That's an answer to that overstimulation. That's also an answer to this to sleep deprivation, because you it mentioned in an article that it can help sleep because we're so wound up, we don't relax, and that sensory deprivation helps you relax.
that's one of the things. I ain't gonna lie. I wish they had some place, and maybe that's something that I could offer at some point. Is like some of these workout centers, they have the saunas, they have the steam rooms, but they don't have that room that gets 0 degrees or -20 degrees or something that okay, you go spend 30 seconds in, a minute in, or however long you can stand, but and then you can go warm up, something that's gonna kind of help with that, you know but that's something to kind of, I don't know, something I guess try to discover later.
Yeah, so after the show, man, or later when you think about it, go look at the sensory deprivation stuff, and maybe you could, I don't know, maybe it'll help you in your life. And people that's listening out there, I mean, hey, at the very least, like I was talking about earlier at the beginning, some earphones, some noise dampening earphones, noise canceling earphones.
Yeah.
Maybe wearing some of them will help. Um, so in the news, let's get on with the show. Freaking New York, New York, New York. So I guess this can roll into what we was talking about texting right before the show.
Hmm.
Y'all see this clip right here? The Science of Self posted this, and I guess it's cleared up in New York a bit because this second photo. What is he saying? Let's play this.
Smoke the other way. You know about a rain dance? We doing wind dances. Still say it's not the smell of wildfire smoke and sulfur like people were saying earlier. It's more of a smell of filth and urine. The urine is especially strong right now. Very much like a pee town right now. I don't think that's related to the wildfires. I think that's just kind of par for the course out here. Man, no disrespect to y'all, man. You know I love it up here. But it do smell like pee and doo-doo right now. In a lot of places. The sky crazy. But everybody's still outside. Look. Like it's regular. No mask. Man, what's happening? And I'm out here just eating pizza. The sky the color of the pizza. Correction, like most things that are on the internet for massive consumption, that was some bullshit. Some complete bullshit. It looks beautiful out here though. Skies is clearing. Shout out to all the wind dances we doing. We sending that smoke the other way. You know about a rain dance? We doing wind dances. Still say it's not
So
the
that
smell
was a
of wildfire
filter.
smoke and sulfur like people were saying earlier. It's more
Hmm.
of a smell of filth and urine.
That was a filter that he put up there to make it look like it was smoky. Like the
Yeah,
pictures, it's the same
but
color as the pictures that we've been seeing coming out of New York. That's on every like freaking headline or whatever.
yeah. So I mean, I think that the average person, but I don't know, cause look at all those, now after the after effect, yeah, you can tell that yeah, it's a filter because look at all those clouds. You know what I'm saying? It's just the smoke would have been mixed in way more with the clouds. It wouldn't have as much separation. I would think. I think it would have combined, but
I want to do a transpose picture from that to the New York. Um, okay, boom. I see some right here. Boom. Perfect. ABC News. Let's see. Yeah, this will work. Let me go to this right quick, y'all. Um, so we could see a little comparison. These are the pictures that they're putting up. And that was a guy who went to New York and he took those pictures himself with his phone. So let's play some of this.
Are you
Oh,
looking for more in
goddamn.
this world? Are you driven by
Freaking ad. Ads of the devil. It says wildfire smoke and air quality updates. Northeast flights disrupted. This was June 8th. So this was 2 days ago. I wonder when was that post. I'm gonna go back to that and see if it'll say the date or something. Because I think he posted that today. So that's 2 days later from this one. So that could be a reason why, you know,
it's clear.
there's no sound in this. Wildfire smoke can reduce air quality hazards levels and putting people's health at risk. So, but y'all can see, let me make this bigger. The pictures, that's why I wanted to show. And basically, they're scaring the shit out of everybody. It says the most effective way to protect yourself during wildfire emergency is to stay indoors or limit time outdoors when there's smoke in the air. That actually sounds like good advice, though. I ain't gonna lie. um, yeah. So the pictures, check them out. See how phasey it look. So, but what are these? It says wildfire smoke and ash can irritate eyes, nose, throat, lungs, making you cough or wheeze, and can make it hard to breathe. So that's a picture of New York right there. The skyline kind of just look hazy. Looks like a low cloud, like a fog. It says people who are at most at risk are children, elderly, and immunocompromised, especially those with respiratory problems like asthma. That's me. If you need to be outside, it is best to wear a tight fitted mask until air quality conditions improve. N95 or P100 mask can help protect your lungs from smoke or ash. Yeah, but
You don't say.
you ain't gonna be able to breathe no oxygen either. It says avoid exercising outdoors until the air quality improves, especially for those underlying lung disease. That's probably good advice too, right there, because
It
you're gonna
is.
be, yeah, you're gonna be taking it in, opening your lungs up and like sucking it in if you're exercising outside, and it's like particulates floating around. It says when inside your home, choose a room closed off from outside. Use a portable air clean filter if available. It's funny that it says that and then it shows a picture because people, I don't know if y'all know that your plants can help you with that too. There's a lot of I think in a lot of people real problem is their indoor air pollution. The
Atmosphere.
air the air quality inside your apartment or your home is often way worse than you think it is. Like really terrible. Okay, people.
Hmm.
And you
Hmm.
have to also understand that there are ways, they got air purifiers and they got stuff, but plants help too. Opening the
Hmm.
window also helps. Okay, like
Hmm.
I think a lot of people just don't never open their windows. We live, we got electricity, we got the air conditioner or whatever, and we just don't open the windows. But you're inside your home is building up all kinds of dust It's building up the all the particulates that you spit out when you're talking and breathing and so forth and so
And
on.
trapping it.
And it's just stuck in your place and it's just steadily recirculating. It's not going anywhere. Trust. Your air conditioner
Hmm.
is sucking it in and blowing it right back on you.
And then not to say, I mean, because a lot of places, a lot of people forget all about changing the filters. Unless you got real, people who have allergies and have these different issues, might be a little more concerned making sure that the filters of the air conditioner or whatever ventilation you might have for the house. You might do, because like I said, I know a few people that have those vaporizers, and then the HEPA filter, machines that supposed to help change the air. But I think those some of the natural things is probably what's really missing.
Just open the damn window is the simplest way. And another one is a plant, indoor
Yeah.
plants.
And most people who are compromised are usually those who don't go outside enough, like they haven't had enough interaction with nature, the sunlight, just being able to just breathe fresh air. So that's something to look at as well. But inside your home, like, yeah, having different plants will definitely give a different atmosphere.
It says keep an eye out for any signs of illness in pets too, including trouble breathing, fatigue, and coughing. And shit, the pets is another thing that causes your air in your home to be not good.
Hmm. Potentially.
So like, yeah. Um, anyways, your indoor air is a lot of times worse than what's outside your home. I just want people to know that. So, but anyways, the we're talking about this little comparison between the video I just played of that guy and these pictures of New York because they were talking about the air quality heavily in New York and people walking around with masks. Let me share a couple more pictures. And then we're gonna go back to Instagram. I'm gonna just scroll some pictures. These are pictures. Canadian wildfires impact U.S. air quality. So you see people walking around with the. This dude got a pretty intense mask on there. His AirPods in his ear. Probably not worried about the pollution them AirPods might be kicking out into his brain. This one it says smoke obscures the view looking on North New York's Third Avenue on June 8th. So this is June 8th. Doesn't look all that foggy, but I guess. And you see the people walking around here, the masks on, June 8th. You can see like a haze in this one.
Hmm.
It's a cool picture. Really cool picture. I wonder how they got this. Oh, are y'all gonna make me? Okay. And this one looks really hazy. Like this one could have a damn filter on it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Buildings in
Yeah.
Philadelphia. It says the buildings in Philadelphia skyline are shrouded in smoke. June 8th. Yeah, people looking at the smoke. People walking around with the mask, driving motorcycle. I mean bicycles with the mask. You can barely see the Capitol building. This is Washington D.C. So it went that far down. They did show
No, they
Philadelphia.
were saying it was all the way down to like into the Carolinas. I can't remember if it was north, but it definitely it had to be at least North Carolina. You know, but yeah, they said it traveled
Yep, this one say the
pretty far
cyclist
south.
rides under a blanket of haze that was partially obscuring the U.S. Capitol in Washington D.C. on June 8th. That's pretty further south than I thought it went.
So I
Detroit.
mean that would be because if it hit Maryland, that means they said North Carolina, so Virginia, um, North Carolina, like I mean, potentially South Carolina, because like I said, I remember them saying something about Carolina, the Carolinas. So I would say it had to reach at least North Carolina.
Yeah, it's just showing Philadelphia. Wait, here's Baltimore.
Yeah, that's Baltimore. Like that's Maryland. Oh, DC is in Maryland. That's why I was saying Maryland
Yeah.
and
Washington Memorial. What is this one? Evansburg, Alberta. What is that in Canada? Let's see.
yes.
Anyways, this picture is one of the ones I saw a lot right here. Smoky haze affects visibility of Empire State Building, New York. See, this was on the 7th. So it must have been worse than.
That was what, Wednesday?
Don't get me to lying.
Today
I have to,
is the ninth.
I have to look
So
at. I have to literally look at calendars to do that.
to do
My,
what?
my brain won't do it.
Wednesday, bro. Let me just help you out.
I, I don't be knowing what day of the week it is all the time.
And you
I
gonna
don't
tell
count
me
the
that
days of
there's
the
no
week really. It'd be like I
and,
gotta work
and,
tomorrow.
and you don't know what the day is, but you gonna have an argue with me about global warming. Uh-oh. They about to shut me off. Just that quick. Y'all still hear me?
Yeah.
It's me.
Oh,
Can you hear
okay.
me? Can y'all hear me? Shit.
Yeah, I see you and hear you.
Oh, you can hear me?
There you go. That's
It
better.
sound like you had got a little bit muffled though, but yeah.
Yeah, my mic was acting crazy. Um, yeah, global warming. So what day of the week it is don't have nothing to do with global warming, bro.
Bro, if you don't know the difference in the days, you don't know the difference in global warming and global cooling.
Oh man, you almost made me almost choked to death of me. Doc, Pat's trying to kill me, bro. Almost choked
Say,
to
bro.
death.
Say, bro. I'm just gonna throw it on out there since
Let's
we've
go
entered
ahead.
that
Let's
round
do it.
because I'm about that admit I'm about the shit. I got you. Say, bro. Look, anybody falling for the hoax is not doing any research. They're not looking at the average temperatures from year to year or decade to decade. And because if you were, you would see that there are fluctuations both sides. And if we look at recent times, we're seeing more of a global cooling than we are warming. So I think that we've at one point agreed that we're seeing some warming, but it's mostly because we're getting closer to the sun, not because of anything that we can do human like. Because I mean, uh, based on what I understand, the universe works in a certain manner. We're gonna spin, we're gonna float, we're gonna turn, we're gonna go into these different um constellations that provide certain atmospheres during different times, like say years and decades. So at times we might look at it and say, "Ooh, shit," seeing 100 degrees, 120 degrees in some places, where 2 years later, 3 years later, those same places might only be experiencing 90s or 85s. So I think that we got to really, reconsider a definitive answer that people are trying to give about something that is forever changing.
Well, you had a lot in there. What I want to start with is, whether it's human induced, like whether humans have an impact truly is an argument. Whether we are having actual global warming is not an argument. you know yes, what you're talking about with the weather fluctuations and the temperature fluctuations, they happen, but they are trending in a certain direction overall. If you average them
Or
out, then you're going to come up with warmer
is it?
You,
because
you got to remember too that the period right before the Dark Ages was actually hotter on a global scale than we are right now, and then the period during the Dark Ages was actually colder on a global scale than it is right now.
and
Yeah.
just like what Pat was saying, we have those little fluctuations, but if you average things out overall, then you're going to have a trend that's
What?
all going
Okay.
into warming. And we just came out of an ice age. It would be natural. That would be the natural next, direction that it would go in, after an ice age. The ice age recedes, the ice goes back, less
But,
and less ice. Overall
but
global temperature goes up.
no, listen. There's always studies, and like, and from ever since the whole thing, Al Gore giving this speech about global warming, you know what that provided? More scientific studies, more funds to study those things. So even with those, which I say
More
is a good
taxes,
thing, huh?
more
More
taxes.
well, that too. But okay, but let's just say, okay, that's something we need to do. We need to study and make sure. But what kind of, and which could be is on the decline because we're actually going through a global cooling right now than we are a warming. But the highest increase that we've had in the last decade is like 0.03% change
What I will
into the
say,
into the warming. So I mean,
there
we're
is a
still looking.
scam. There is a scam related to the green energy, related to what you're saying about like spending money, taxes, so forth and so on. Even going into the direction of totalitarian, like the one world government and all that shit is tied in with this kind of, like I said at the beginning of the show, about if you scare the shit
I,
out of people, then it's easier for you to control them. So you
yeah,
tell them
and
that
I
the
try I
world
tried
is
to
coming
leave
to
that
an
part
end.
out. Yeah,
if you
and I
if you
tried to
tell
leave
them
that part out.
if you tell them the world is coming to an end and they got to freaking, I don't know, make this net zero thing
What?
happen, or everybody's gonna die, then you're easily, it's easier to
What?
manipulate people into making decisions that's not good for them, and
What?
also it's easier to get money out of them. So, but
Well,
that's just that. That's
that's
not
true.
that. That is, we can set that to the side, separate it
That's why I
from
was saying I
the
wasn't even gonna add
reality,
that in there. I wasn't
the
even gonna
reality
add that part in there.
uh,
Go
of
ahead.
the actual thing that's happening, that is global warming. And so, like, what the point of it is, humans haven't been on the planet long enough to know what it if we can actually survive at the temperatures in the direction that we're going into, that we will hit.
Come on.
And that's not me trying to scare everybody, because
No, no, no,
I'm
no. That
off that. That's not what I'm trying to
that's
say.
not that's
I'm
not
I'm
true.
I'm I'm trying to
Go
get
ahead.
people to understand the reason, the reason for, wanting to pay attention to this, like really pay attention to it, because you know can we make it? We're warm body animals. We completely depend on the weather. Will we be able to feed ourselves? It's so many questions related to that, because we have been living in the Garden of Eden. We've been having endless everything, throughout our existence.
Yeah.
um, but the Earth has gone through many, 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 many fluctuations.
Yes.
And
And will continue.
will continue. So, but will we be able to make it? The Earth is going to be
Well,
fine. The Earth is
well,
not going nowhere. That's the thing, that people really have to understand about this. Like the Earth is fine. The Earth will be fine. It'll rebound. It'll come back around. Even the plants and the animals are gonna rebound and come back
well,
around. Will
well, I'm gonna just say
humans
this.
make it? That is the question.
That is okay. Your turn, Doc.
I did my research for one of my little trilogies that I write about and stuff like that, and it's about man going out into space. It's called From Earth Descended, and the first story is called The Long Summer. And from the research I did, talking to people, NASA, stuff like that, I found out that it only takes a 5-degree shift in the entire global Fahrenheit, mind you, uh, or Celsius. Celsius is bigger, yeah. 5 degrees Celsius change, about 6, 7 degree change in the global climate to force us to start looking to space to find answers for habitation and stuff like that, and how to continue, because a lot of the usable growth land was having to be used for habitation.
And
Well,
that's the reason why there's this
well,
huge push for this tech related to going out of space. Because
it
a lot of
is.
people are realizing, the proof is in the pudding. I mean,
Well,
the data is there. So then
Okay,
there.
no, no.
well,
The
the
big push
data
for
is
space is the
manipulated.
Kuiper Belt.
But listen, guys, because I think that some of the things that I think we're overlooking, like, because I mean, some of the things that we're saying that are detrimental to the human family is the human family, and when we're talking about, well, chopping down too many trees, uh, putting up more, you know, electrical grids and these hidden radiation that we see through Wi-Fi and things like that. That's more of a detriment to us than, what they're saying with fossil fuels, because I mean, you know, they're using more of these, whether they're burning them or not. Like a lot of them, they're using more for plastics and different things. Where if we were more of a reusable planet, as far as you know, glasses, instead of using so much plastic, because that's where a lot of the oil consumption is going to. We could reduce a lot of stuff, but as far as saying like overall global warming, um, that's not, it isn't nature. So let's just say, um, when we evaluate the whole electric economy that's going to come, it's only going to be a few people that can benefit from it, but they're losing at the same time, because which is an overall loss, is because of all these extra batteries, the chemicals, and all these other things that they're planning to use to make, so that those products can be usable, but you're still going to use just as much fossil fuels to keep to build up that new paradigm.
Well,
So
I think that the focus should be on, pollution. Okay. And the
yeah,
part where you
because
said about,
we're saying more. Well, let me say this, because I'm glad you said that. Okay, and I really want you to respond, but because we're looking at more fish, like we're not seeing like polar bears, an abundance of polar bears dying, or the sea level rising, like they said, that's gonna flood a lot of people out. Like, I mean, we're not really seeing those types of things. From time to time we're gonna see it, but the rotation of the earth is what's allow, and the gravitational pulls is what's making those things happen, and those are natural things. But if the things that we can actually control is what we've been, if we find more technology that's more kinetic or more, things that utilizes, these natural energies, wind and all that, yeah, that'll be great. But my argument mostly is that the electric thing is not going to make things better because you're going to use even more fossil fuels just to support it.
Yeah, well, that's why the focus should be on the pollution side of this whole argument, um, not overfishing, not cutting down the trees, and so forth and so on. It's real simple stuff, like leave it the way you found it. That's where the focus needs to be. The sea
Mhm.
level is rising. We're just gonna have to adjust to it. And some of the cities, if you look at a map of any country around the world, you're gonna see that the majority of the people live along the coast. That's where the
That's
huge
that's normal,
popul-
natural. Yeah, either
population.
ocean or either near oceans or rivers.
And so, yeah, so then the rivers and the oceans are rising. They will rise because it's just common sense when you think about ice melting, and then there's just more water. You know what I mean? More liquid water. So yeah, I mean, but I don't know that it's much that we can do about that, you know. But what we can do is try to live in a more sustainable type of way, so that we can make it, you know. Stop cutting down all the damn trees, stop producing so much plastic and so much trash. Figure out a better way to deal with our trash and stop producing so much trash.
Stop pouring things into
The
the
ocean and
oceans and the river,
everything.
because I mean that I think that's more a detriment, because you're saying overfishing. I don't think that's the problem. The reasons why the marine life is at stake is because of the pollution,
Well, that's part of it, but you
worldwide.
haven't seen. I don't know if you've seen how they be overfishing, bro. They take all the fucking. They got so much technology now, and they got these big, huge nets, and they do this shit where they have the boat fucking just taking in literally everything, and you got thousands of these boats doing this at the same time. They're fucking trudging. I think that's what they call it. Big, huge net, and it's just the boat is going and it's pulling this net, and they're just taking in everything, bro. Yes,
Yeah,
we're overfishing.
I know that's, I've seen that before, but I'm more so on the sliding scale of what's more detrimental, because at any time, we can, of course, at any time they can decide to stop polluting the oceans, the rivers, and different things like that. But same with fishing. But we're getting to a point where, like, I remember the advertising about the snow crabs. Like the snow crabs are supposed to be not plentiful because of, they say in the waters, but are the water temperatures changing because the sun or the global warming, or is it because pollution?
The water temperature.
Yeah, but
That's
no,
the
what's changing the water temperature? Is it the sun or is it the pollution?
Well, I mean, it depends on where exactly you would be asking that. But overall, it's gonna be the temperature. You know what I'm saying? That's what
Well,
allows, because the Earth recycles itself. You know what I'm saying? It has systems
hmm
to be able to deal with stuff.
and and
Even
it
us
has
putting
for billions of years for us to even be able to exist right now. So that's
so
why I'm trying to tell you, like, you know, the universe has not changed other than the normal and natural changes. The different things that we're doing that we weren't doing just less than 100 years ago, 200 years ago, is all of the pollution. So I mean, yeah, we've gotten used to a lot of things. We got comfortable with you know, people doing all of our feeding us, hunting and this, that, and the other. Whereas when we did it more in smaller circles, so, we and of course population, hey, maybe we need to need to get rid of a bunch of people on the planet. I mean, I would say that God, the universe, wouldn't allow that many people to be here if we shouldn't be here. But there's a lot of things that I think that we could reconsider instead of just blaming it on some, that the sun is, everything is just hotter. That is a global warming, because if we're not looking at all of the data and considering that those changes are happening cyclically, that we're going to get caught up in an idea that is not really going to help us solve the problem. It could actually increase the problem. So that's where, you know, going into the whole idea of putting something that's definitive, and that's what's happening. And then, cutting down the Amazon, trees in the Amazon that gave a good ecosystem is probably not a good idea. And that's like the Amazon being, a lot of the Amazon getting cut down was not good for people in Africa or Asia, because it affects the entire planet. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So that's the part that I'm saying. Like, I mean, and high speed internet is not like, shouldn't be our highest goal. Oh, I can receive this frequency from Mars now, but people are dying, or the oxygen levels are decreasing because of these invisible rays that's being shot everywhere.
Yeah. So the ultimate, conclusion I think is focusing on sustainability, you know, lessening our pollution, you know, and that's the way to go. That's where the focus needs to be.
Yeah. So, but that's one of the things where my argument for global warming, yeah, there's things that we need to change as people, but to try to blame it on that Earth is, because, like I said, I mean, when you cut off your data at a certain point and say, oh well, even a one, I mean, like 300 or 300ths of a 1% difference of heating, another week or another month, that could have been below, actually could have been, where it's showing that it's cooling. So the manipulation of the data is one of those things that we have to be careful about, and just accepting things that people are saying, as just as gospel. So, and we know, and we use that sensibility on many other things, but it seems like, when we get to certain things that we're afraid of, we will lock in and hold on to it as if it's 100% true, because it's that those fluctuations are constantly happening, day to day, week to week, months and years and decades. So
The data is there, bro. Let's move
the
on.
data, that's what I'm trying to tell you. The data is there, but it's being manipulated to try to show that like it's getting heated. It's getting, the detriment is, outside of everything else that they want to continue to do. You know what I'm saying? I just mentioned a lot of different things that's causing these, a lot of problems that wouldn't have as much of effect on Earth if we would, naturally decrease them, or realize that we don't have to, like, me being able to pick up, um, whatever TV show wherever I am, if I can just wait till I get home to see certain things, instead of everybody trying to pick up all of these frequencies everywhere, which is bombarding, not just Earth, but us as people. Like, there's certain things that where we got to put a halt to and say, okay, yeah, this is cool, but is this really good for everybody, or for life, period. So, all right, that's, I mean, we'll move on.
Yeah, let's move on. I really didn't really want to cover this, but I really can't even help it because it's the biggest fucking story.
Trump.
Yeah, Trump. And I ain't gonna lie, before I even start this, I want a disclaimer because this is clearly a distraction. Not to say that this is not a thing that's happening, but the me when I was scrolling, I saw every freaking news source was covering this. Like literally, that's the reason why I didn't really want to cover this. I'm not gonna spend that much time on it, but every single news source is covering this, and it's clearly a distraction. Like, and I was scrolling trying to find something else because I was thinking, what is there a news story that's happening right now that's they're distracting us from? Or is it just the overall distraction that they do that rolls over from last week? You know what I mean? Just to keep us freaking going. And that's what I was thinking about. So, but anyways, let me play this because let's have fun with
Trump say,
this.
bro. Let me say this. Trump is an OG, bro. Like, say, bro, if you see how he's like really playing into a lot of this, like, and I think that because overall, I think a lot of politics like may here be pre-decided before we even go make any kind of vote, but um, like he's like using it like he's just like this is a part of his campaign. Like a
Well,
lot of the stuff that they're trying to say, okay, he's a bad person. Like I think overall, it's gonna turn into where the proof is the proof that they have or don't have is going to really uplift him. Period. Which I think maybe they want like that. That's like they try the confusion that they give amongst the people can be confusing to those who really are paying attention because it goes back and forth.
well,
But
I'll believe it when I see it because they've been saying he's gonna get locked up for the longest time.
it's
So
not gonna happen.
I'm very skeptical. But at the same time, the OG might be going to jail because these are federal charges. This is a little bit
Well,
different than some of the other things that
eh,
he's been through.
bro, bro, all right, look, in comparison, because the same thing that they're charging, because I mean, I know that because Biden is in office, he's more protected, than than Trump at the moment, but you know, Biden got like I think his crimes are worse. What we have what we've been proven because the documents that he had was found by the cleanup crew, and these are
Yeah,
supposed to be classified documents.
and,
So,
and and you could say that, but Biden doesn't have a federal indictment on him.
but why? But
Trump
why?
does.
Why does he not though?
because you can't indict a sitting president.
Well, we'll see. We'll see after Biden's no longer in there if they put something on him.
Trump
But
stuff that they still had like the FBI had trouble finding it. They knew it was missing because they knew it was missing, but he didn't have it just laying around where any and everybody could find it. Biden
well,
had stuff sitting around where like the average person,
In his
Maria
old
or
in his old office in a university or something like that.
you, you you
well,
know
there's pictures of Trump stuff just sprawled all over the floor and shit. Pictures are here. I might show them.
No, the picture strode all over the floor was after they pulled it out and spread it out and then took pictures of it to show how much there was and what it was.
yeah,
That could be true. I was thinking
but
that, but
But what about the bribery charges, the stuff that the FBI is finally releasing into these
Doesn't
this
matter as long as he's sitting president. He has the protection of the office.
and I know that, but that's what I'm trying to give that Chaka to understand, or even not just
All
Chaka, but
this is about stopping 45 from becoming president. They don't care if they convict him or not,
not
as long as they can impeach him one more time and block him from being able to run for office. That is the sheer goal behind all of this.
I
It's
don't
a
know
head cock
if
block.
if they just want to bar him from being able to get in there, I think that the timeline is not going to work out in their favor because this is going to be drawn out and this is going to take a while. So this whole time he's going to be running for
No,
president and
yeah,
getting.
it should
and
pop right before the election because you've got
and
discovery on both sides, initial formulation of charges, That's remember if you remember when I first announced this, I did the timeline for you. The court they're going to be going to court right about election time.
Yeah.
But
So,
bro,
like I said, that's not
his
enough
numbers are
time.
rising. His
That's not
numbers are
enough time. Yeah, I don't
but
think that will
listen,
work. He's gonna be getting free publicity this whole time.
his
Like I
numbers
think
are
that
rising.
that goes back to what Pat is saying, really, because this would actually help him, I think. And the timeline is not right. But anyways, what I'm saying is,
The indictment, if 45 gets the office back, he does not have protection from conviction for this. Biden has protection from conviction because the stuff that he was doing was while he was in office already as vice president.
so, but
All had
still,
with all of that. So he's got protection from this for now.
yeah. So those
But
Biden
wasn't Trump in office?
arguments, those Biden
What
arguments are mute because Biden don't have a fucking federal indictment charge on him
Well,
and
yeah,
finna go
and
to
they're
court.
saying
Like,
and they're saying
so
espionage and this, that, and the other. But if you're making agreements with foreign governments, regardless if you're in office or not, wouldn't that still be treason? Especially when these things are to go against
that's
your own government.
that's a pointless argument, Pat. Do you hear what I'm
How?
saying? Because it don't matter. Trump is the one who's. It's like if you go to court and you're charged with whatever, and then you be like, "Well, what that person did it," or like you get pulled over for
No,
speeding, the cop gonna be like, "Yeah, I got you. I got you for speeding." That's what we're talking
no,
about that right now.
no, I hear you, but it's not pointless because this is stuff that's still in the news. This is available. This is stuff that they know to be true, and that our top supposedly top cops know to be true. So it's a turning a
It,
blind eye and trying to distract the public with an idea that one person is more of a criminal than another when they both are probably
the,
running up the same tree.
I can't really argue with you on that. I'm saying that that's
There
beside
hasn't
the
been
point.
a candidate that's run for office in the last 40 years or so that I know of that can't be proven.
Trump has been charged. The federal charges are coming down on Trump, not Biden. So talking about Biden is pointless. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand how they keep coming with because like what was I
Well,
gonna say? I was gonna
most people don't want to hear that because they're
Because some people want to
the
believe
biggest
there's some sense of fairness in the world
yeah. I
that's
mean
or
and that's the
balance.
that's the problem I have. Like there should be some sense of fairness because regardless, like okay, this is the thing that we're going to promote. Like overall, as human beings, the reason why the world looked down on America and we're considered a third, not going to be, we are considered a third world, fourth world, whatever country because of like the things that we as people allow in our country. There are certain things that most countries would not let happen, you know, because, you know, shit, bro, like the people that we consider that's like somewhat weak go over Europe and Australia and London, like these people, bro, they willing to fight even way more, and they have a king like the UK, like they got it's supposed to be closer to a monarchy than we are, but we act like we just like to me it just doesn't add up, and
well
but that's because of my family.
how do we look to the rest of the countries? You know what I'm
We
saying? With both of our
we
head,
look incompetent. We look
they're all.
incompetent.
It looks like corruption across the board because they're all getting in trouble. They all got like this, that going on.
They they
People,
all who?
laptops and
No,
all
no,
of this
no.
stuff.
They all who? Who you talking about? Who is they all?
The Republicans and the Democrats, the
Dude,
leaders of
But that
both
we're a
but
bunch
see
parties.
of
but
clowns and
but that's
monkeys throwing mud and pooping at each other.
So yeah,
but see
that's
I
how we look to the rest of the world.
but
Corrupt
see
as
We're a
hell.
bunch of people trying to come in and tell them we want to give you money, we want to help educate you, we want to help make your country better. All you have to do is believe that boys and girls are the same. And if you can't
Okay.
do that, you can't have our money. but we'll still take your resources.
That's enough to shut somebody just the fuck up, because it's just like
Why do you think half of Africa doesn't
science
want
has been
anything to
true
do
for
with us?
thousands, if not millions of years. Within the last 2 decades now, that science is played out. It's not good anymore. No, all right.
Let's go back to Trump. Let me play this clip. Where's it at? Let me play this right here. Check it.
Wow.
Twice, and we will never forgive you.
Exactly how many times can they frame Trump?
History will record today as the day that we cease to be a democratic republic.
We don't have a republic anymore.
This is the banana republic.
Joe Biden should be impeached.
Joe Biden mishandled classified documents much more severely than Donald Trump.
Joe Biden is the crookedest crook that's ever been in the Oval Office.
He's trying to take out his political opponents using the executive branch.
This is what Putin does. This is what Xi does.
This is an insurrection.
Bleach bit, hammers, emails, Burisma, Hunter.
What did he do with the documents? Did he sell them to the enemy? No.
It's a second-tier double standard of justice in this country.
This is about whether the Constitution is still real in this country.
There's nothing in the Constitution that says he can't be president from inside prison. Once he gets there, well, he can pardon himself.
Trump could run on pardoning himself.
Vote for the pardon. Vote for the pardon.
Yeah, the good old pocket pardon.
The hashtag vote for the pardon.
This is about whether any American can expect the due process of law.
Think about the people whose lives have been ruined by this unending pursuit of Donald Trump.
To punch in the face, not just us, but Washington and Adams and Jefferson and Hamilton and everyone who came after. Lincoln, everyone who died on the field at Gettysburg to save this nation. That is who is being punched in the face right now.
Yeah.
President Trump is 76 years old. If the Department of Justice gets his way, he will die in federal prison.
I'm an innocent man. I'm an innocent person.
You have crossed the Rubicon twice, and we will never forgive you.
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack here. The part about the attack saying that Biden is putting his rival in jail. Like, Biden doesn't have any power over the federal.
Of course he does. The DOJ.
Biden gets lost on stage. It's the power behind Biden.
The power behind Biden either. The federal,
oh my God.
The way that works is that's the separation of government.
The way it's supposed to work.
From the time he won.
The way it's supposed to work.
Biden can't call up a federal agent and say, put this case on this dude and prosecute him and put a case. That is not how things work, bro. That is not how it works.
But say, bro, what in this country has worked as smoothly as how you're saying? Because I think it's a little bit naive for anyone to believe that, through politics, calling up somebody and getting favors or pushing something in their direction, helping them complete something that might be a combined agenda.
Remember Comey? The guy Comey and the cases against Hillary Clinton right before when she was running. Like, the Clinton machine is powerful. We say this all the time. We know that they are. It wasn't powerful enough to tell this guy to not freak. So, like, you saying that they can call the person and tell them to persecute somebody or arrest them or whatever.
We talking about somebody who's probably
against them. Well, then they should have been able to call them and tell them not to build a case against me or whatever.
We're talking about somebody who may have been in the federal government longer than anybody else.
So you saying Biden is more powerful than the Clintons?
You don't pay him to not do an investigation.
Just as,
you pay him
if not just as,
investigation.
Say, bro.
We don't have memes about people getting, like Doc says, getting Clinton getting
Say, bro.
suicided and so
But
forth.
no, that's because he's gotten to this is he's gotten like the longer you're in your criminal masterminds, like there's a lot of things that come out. You're able to see more, especially with his visibility as a president. People looking at what he's doing more. He's played under the radar for so long that nobody really suggested him as the top criminal, but he's he's the one that's been like he since the fucking 60s,
You
bro.
have the
The seven
separation of the branches
supposedly,
of government,
but
and the
those
judicial
lines get crossed
branch
all the time.
is not the same. So, and the way the levers
If
move is not like that.
Chaka,
It doesn't work like that.
if we lived in a just uh government,
Well,
maybe
what
we could
about
say that.
Trump and the power that Trump has? He don't have the power to call them and tell them they'll do an investigation on me, do an investigation on Biden, indict
Yes,
Biden.
he could, and I think he was trying to do that, not necessarily on Biden, but his what he was focusing on was much wider and bigger. It wasn't more specific on one person because he was looking more at what we consider the deep state. He wants a whole organization to come down instead of trying to look at one person. But because of this one person that's willing to fight against that big arm of government, like he's more of a problem for them than any group. Because I mean, there's a lot of Republicans that just recently got on the bandwagon where I think that they can see a lot of the things clearer. That was because like the Republicans was very much critical of Trump when he first came in. You know what I'm saying? That's where like I think that a lot of people really miss that the Republicans are much more fair than what we're seeing, especially on a government level. They're more fair than the Democrats because they will go up against their own quote unquote leader, the person at the head of their party. Like they're not afraid to go at whoever it is. Like the fairness, I believe, is more so leaning toward the right than the left. It's unbalanced. And if there was more balance, then I think that we would have heard more stuff about you know, Biden. Like I mean, like things we start, when we didn't hear a lot of stuff about the Clintons until later on, like a lot of the 2020 effect, being able to, hindsight. So I think those are the things that we can't forget, bro. Like there's a lot of things that, because I mean, okay, he has certain protections, and I guess you could say that Trump had certain protections when he was in office. No, they still impeached his ass. Come on, man. Like,
But
all right.
I'm saying that's just not how it works. Like,
What's not how it works? So
Trump is getting getting they built the case on him. That's
but
what they
there's a
did, and that's
case,
what
but
law
but
enforcement
there's a
does.
case being built. There's a case being built on Biden, but they just have to go through and actually impeach him because, say, bro, like the facts are there.
That might
The data is there.
I like how your arguments about how law enforcement builds case and all this against 45 and it's got to be good, yet they build a case against three guys funding some people and bring SWAT there, and they got to be wrong. There has to be corruption going on.
that case ain't going nowhere, and we're gonna definitely follow up on that. We'll see what happens with that.
Which one?
But I pretty much guarantee you that there's not going to be anything. That's all straight up bullshit.
Which one? What you talking about?
I'm just saying no.
What are y'all talking
You're
about?
making case. I'm understanding case by case, but you're talking absolutes on both of these
What
cases.
case? What case are y'all talking about?
They didn't charge those people
Can
with
y'all
like
tell me what case y'all talking
where
about?
they sent SWAT against the guys that were that are investigating or being investigated for charity fraud.
For who?
The one in Georgia we were talking about last week.
Yeah, the one that
Where they
had the
came up
SWAT
in the
team looking all
SWAT
unorganized.
team, it looked like it was an old ambulance.
Okay. Well, let me ask y'all opinion on this, because this is something that's very confusing to me, because Hunter Biden, they're I think they're doing some kind of a case. I don't know if you even call it a case, but all the things that Hunter Biden is accused of, having these dealings in Ukraine, and all these different things that they found on his laptop before his dad got elected, and they hid so that his dad could get elected instead of anyone else. What do y'all really like? Do y'all really believe that Biden had nothing to do? Because I mean, that's his statements. Every time that somebody asks him, he never, never, ever discusses business with his son or his brother. But he'll discuss business with anybody else. He does business with us. He ain't gonna talk to his son or his brother. Like, bro, some things I think that we really gotta use common sense on. And even though that, like, even though there's and we don't have to use just common sense. There's proof. The laptop exists. Papers and files and businesses exist.
and
Checks
and
have
and they,
been
and
been
they
written.
and they very well may be building a case against him, but right now they've accumulated a case and decided to hand down indictments on Trump, not Biden.
I hear that, but that's where that's where the corruption is. Like, you don't get that? The fact that they
Uh,
can turn a blind eye to those things, they see all the shit Trump is doing, but Biden, he's president. But no, Trump was president, and they were still,
but
hard
but
nosed on him.
but I'm just saying they could be. We'll see. It'll come out. Right now, though, they got a case
I
on
get it.
Trump.
I get it. I'm with you on that. So I mean, but you do understand my argument. Like, there's if Trump is done some criminal stuff, send his ass to jail. But I hold the same energy for any of them. That's where I think that's where the conflict is between, if we gonna even say parties, because I don't feel like I don't belong to a party. I feel like I'm just stuck in the middle, because you know there is no, like, everybody is just going up against each other in some kind of political dance. It's not really true fairness where the people are ever going to benefit, because they're trying to totally manipulate us. And I see the more and more that the people are being manipulated, because they're willing to say, well, no, but he ain't in court. Well, no, they didn't. Like, they're like, there's something in their subconscious mind that allows them to just say, I like Biden, but he's on my team. I don't want anything to happen to him. But Trump, he said he'll grab him by the pussy. Like, bro, are you serious?
Let me read this. It says Donald Trump took secret nuclear documents, stored classified material in a shower, and told aide to hide files, prosecutors say. Trump charged under Espionage Act in secret files case. Here's what the files found in Mr. Trump estate allegedly include information on U.S. and its allies' weapons capabilities. Let's look at this for a second. I think there's a video. I didn't get to look at all this. I was doing this while I was at work. Let's play this. Hope another ad doesn't come in. Am I sharing?
Violations of those laws put our country at risk. Adherence to the rule of law is a bedrock principle of the Department of Justice, and our nation's commitment to the rule of law sets an example for the world. We have one set of laws in this country, and they apply to everyone. Applying those laws, collecting nothing more, nothing. Violations of those laws.
Yeah. So,
That's
we're supposed to
a
be in
spin
a
of
we're supposed to be a
to
country of
be
laws, right? So,
yeah,
you
but
know,
and that's what we're supposed to be governed on. But when you hear people say like stuff like this, and people who are honest with themselves, like they see that as like just like blind, like they're blindly just blind deceit, because it's like, okay, they'll say these things, but there's people who's doing things that's more detrimental to the country actively right now as we speak. So we gotta wait till after the fact, even and we have the proof. We got a sitting president, like the dude damn near 90 years old, like he like on his deathbed, like him being in power, or getting in power, because he shouldn't have never been president. He was supposed to hang his hat up before all of this. But all the powers that be that's holding him up, figuratively and literally, are you know, like they're the ones who's really pushing the because we know that the overall agenda is something that a lot of us on both, like people when we really discuss it, know that it's not beneficial. But they're not gonna say anything or do anything. Like we do this podcast because of the very fact that enough people don't speak up, and
yeah.
try.
So, but still, I don't see how anyone can feel like that's an argument to stand on when you say, but what about that guy? Like, what about what that guy did? Like, that's not what we're talking about. It's like,
Well,
that's
well,
not an argument, bro. Like, it's
well, no,
not.
but because see the reason why is because that's the people who stand along with it, and okay, they don't see that it's unfair to put one person under the prison, or locked away, or whatever they want to do, hang them high on by a noose, whatever it is that they decide for him finally, and to just look past somebody else because he did you a favor some time ago, or or whatever the reasons are, because they're saying that if it's truly what they say it is, what America signifies and stands for, and you don't let it stand in every position, regardless of who you're dealing with, you're full of shit.
People get indicted every day, B. What they say, freaking innocent people go to jail all the time, nobody's crying for them
Eh,
people, I
yes,
mean,
but yes, I
because it's
am, and
Trump.
yes, we
Because
are.
it's Trump. That's
But
why they care, like, oh, they're persecuted Trump. Woo, boo.
are you serious? But see
That's
that,
what it sounds like to me.
but yeah, see, but because that's what your positioning, the way that you're looking at it, you're saying, well, you know, fuck what you thinking about what Biden did. He ain't, you know what I'm saying? You're able to feed yourself enough information or lies or whatever it is to say that, well, he ain't been charged, so he ain't guilty.
I didn't say he wasn't guilty. Right now, Trump is being charged. That's what the
But the
focus is.
but the whole system is set up to protect some and demonize others,
So
and
you
that's
saying
what
that? Okay. So
that's
you're
the
saying
root of the
the
problem.
system protects the people on the left and the Democrats and persecutes the people that are on the
No,
right and it's the
no.
Republicans? Is that what you're saying?
I said what I meant. The government protects some and demonizes others. I don't need a rephrasing. I
Well,
need you to
I can't disagree with that phrase. I would say that that's 100% true. But
okay, but it just so happens to be the people on the left right now.
okay. So it's the left that's being protected, and it's the right that's being
They're
persecuted
not.
by the
They're,
by the loss.
they're not.
No, no, absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely
Okay,
not.
so me and a lot of other people are going to
Even though
totally
we've got
disagree with
Congress
you.
people on the left that marry their own brother.
I mean, I don't see how that's relative, Doc. You know, so when they talk about Antifa and arresting these
That
people
is
or
a
whatever,
legal violation, and that is a immigration violation, which should get her impeached from her office.
so
He
the
doesn't
the
want to
law.
see that. There's certain things he does not want to see about his grandpa.
I don't care about Biden at all. But that's not true. It's just simply not true. I mean, the phrase
How?
that you said that some people and some people aren't, I would agree with that. But as far as it
But
being split
Biden.
between the left and the right, or
But
Republicans
no,
versus
I said.
Democrats,
But no, I'm saying right.
absolutely not.
I said right now, and you said it's absolutely not. But why is it that they're ignoring the fact that you know like they don't even want to hand over certain information from the FBI that would protect him. But you want something on Trump? Here, look, let me I'm gonna get right back with you. I'm gonna go do a hunt to find something. You know what I'm saying? When they already have stuff that they know about and they've been sitting to the side or making sure protecting it from getting into certain hands, and if it wasn't for the fact that the right the Republicans have the majority for them to be able to vote and make things happen faster, like, and that's where I think a lot of people miss why some of these things hadn't come out before, is because the Democrats had the majority vote. So certain things that they said, hey, we need to bring this up. You know, what about this COVID stuff? What about no? It got voted down in most cases because it wasn't beneficial to them. So now when the power changes and the Republicans have it, a lot of the things that they've been thinking that they've been wanting to fight for and over for the last 2-3 years, or however long, 4 years, since they had,
You're still talking like the way Congress is set up is that they write the laws. The judiciary is the ones who enforce the laws. That's two totally different branches of government. They
I
don't.
know.
It doesn't work that
Go ahead.
way. It
Say,
doesn't.
bro. Oh, say, bro.
That's not how it works.
But no, but you've been living here, like you're 40 years old, bro. You've been looking at all these different ups and downs and changes and how our system has been working. You've talked about how unfair it is, but now you don't see the unfairness. I wonder why.
That's not. I'm not saying. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I
Because
totally agreed with
that's
you
my
when you said
because
that
that's my
some people get
that's
persecuted
that,
and some don't.
but that's what I'm talking about now. But because whenever I say that's leaning more to the left, that's who's being protected, that bothers you, and that
Because
you
it's
go
not
totally
true. I
against
like
it,
facts.
bro.
I like truth.
Because you got to remember that the left is not just just an idea. No, these are people who are using or manipulating these these politics. So when we're talking about left or right, is not what those two things stand for, because those things, what it stands for is not being is not being upheld day every of the week. You know what I'm saying? Like, these things change based on the agreements or friendships, and it's not just the left. I say more so because that's what I see. The right is benefiting from some of the bullshit right as we speak too. You know what I'm saying? Pence is supposedly on the right, but you think it benefits him for it benefits him more that Trump is going to jail than for him, 'cause he wants to be president.
And
He
all
ain't
the
got
rest
no
of the
chance.
people that's running on
He
that side.
and everybody. I just used that one as an example, but there's even DeSantis or whoever. It's more beneficial that he's locked up. But guess what? DeSantis still fight for Trump and won't let certain things be said, or whatever, because certain principles matter. And when you don't stand for it and you allow certain things, you're just as part of the problem as anyone else that does that same type of thing.
So Trump was standing for principles when he was doing all these illegal things that's getting him in trouble.
Well, honestly, I mean, I have somewhat of a bias. I've built up some sort of a bias. I've been going shooting, I guess at this point, me going rooting. I've always been a rooter of the underdog and the people who seem to deliberately try to bring certain people. Somehow I gravitate to those type of people, so I'm somewhat biased. I'm just gonna just tell you straight up. So I don't really believe that he's done anything different than a lot of other presidents. So I mean, my thing is,
Well,
if he's
wrong
done
is
something,
wrong.
no, no,
Whoever did it, and if you
exactly.
get caught,
But you can say that about Trump, but you don't say that about the rest of them.
I'm
That's
not.
where the problem is. Yes, you
If
are.
you
You
get
said, well,
caught by the
he's not.
police with some
But
drugs and they take you to jail, and then you say that the dude right there, he's selling drugs over there on the corner. They're not gonna be. They're not on
I
that. It's like I got
I
you right
I
now. I
I
caught
hear
you
what
with
you
the drugs.
I hear, but no, but they caught him too. Like, say, bro, like I don't know where you be at, mentally, but like the same things that they're saying about Trump, there's proof that Biden has done worse, but he's not being indicted.
Well,
Like
it's
that's just like the president being ahead of the cartel. Many people other than him will go to jail. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that's what we're seeing.
let me play this. It says those are classified ad records. Whatever your politics, those are property of the United States government. That's the ballroom. These documents belong in a secure location. There they are casually stacked on a stage. Let me play this.
And again, Donald Trump wants to say it's a box hoke. His attorney last night said, oh, they're just schedules that maybe say something classified at the time, but then that event happens and they're not. So you see right there, there's the first picture we have of documents. Those are classified records. Whatever your politics, those are property of the United States government. That's the ballroom that they talk about. These documents belong in a secure location under lock and key with a guard. There they are casually stacked on a stage in one of the so-called elegant ballrooms, as Donald puts it, at his Mar-a-Lago resort. Again, they're government secrets. And what's in those boxes? Well, the government details it in this indictment. Here are just some of them. Document concerning White House intelligence briefing related to foreign countries. Document concerning White House intelligence briefing related to foreign countries. Document concerning military capabilities of a foreign country and the United States with handwritten annotation in black canvas. Document concerning White House intelligence briefing related to foreign countries. Document concerning the nuclear capabilities of a foreign country. Document concerning White House intelligence briefing related to foreign countries. Concerning communications with a leader of a foreign country. Document concerning military capabilities of a foreign country. Document concerning military attacks by a foreign country. Document concerning military capabilities. You can go on and on and on. So when they tried to...
All right, since there's a short pause, Doc, can you look up who has the ability to declassify classified documents?
Is this one long? Oh, I can't
Are
play
you
all this.
are you there, Doc? I can't.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm on it.
All right, appreciate it, man.
Yeah, so I don't want to spend a lot of time on Trump because everybody is covering this anyway. It's like 32 indictments or whatever. Like this dude's in big trouble, bro. This is federal charges. This is not like the other stuff.
And that's the thing. I mean, it is what it is. If they lock, if he needs to be locked up and this, that, and the other, because that's where, I mean, in my heart, like, sometimes I root for the villain in the movie, but That's usually because we understand their story and a lot of the painful stuff they done went through, or maybe what their ultimate goal was. But either way, if they get him, they get him. But at the same time, I think that the people lose when, it's not, the scales aren't balanced. That's what justice is supposed to mean. That's the whole idea, the symbology of seeing the scale with the, you know, those two sides balanced. And we're supposed to have these separations of government, but there isn't any anymore. I think there's a facade. There's not. We can say that that's what it is or what it's supposed to be, but we're fooling ourselves if we believe so, especially when we are seeing it right in front of our face. So
The
I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I could
I
talk about it till I'm blue in the face, but of course, it doesn't matter what I believe because it's not going to be enough people that's going to even stand up to really even say what's fair because they're used to getting shitted on, or maybe okay with it being the way it is because nobody likes to be shit on, but at the same time, like some people, just kind of like that whole what you started the show out with the sensibility, the sensory, like some of those things are played, kind of, those things are caused by how you interact with your world.
want to go into Tucker. Before that, did
Okay,
y'all hear?
I've got his answer real quick too.
Go ahead.
There's two answers here. There's actually two answers to the question about the declassified documents.
Yeah.
There's the long answer, and there's the one that Pat wants. If you could understand that.
Well, no, well, I mean, because I mean they're
There
both
is,
relevant,
okay,
but at the right now,
there is a process to declassifying documents, time, specifically what it is, review, hearing, stuff like that.
yeah,
However, what Pat was looking for is the sitting president can also say a document is declassified. Poof.
voila.
Okay,
And
well,
I'm glad you set it up like that because the answer that I want, you right, that's the answer I want. But those
You know
other
me.
things are,
I'm really trying to explore both sides in all this. For
yeah,
we,
because I mean
we, we, we tend to
those
take
other
one
things
side
are,
or the other too much, but we don't take the time to understand where the other's coming from.
no,
And that's
I
where the bridge is between the two sides. Is I want to understand why you're doing this. I don't want to just. I'm not going. I may not agree with you. I may not intend on agreeing with you,
yeah,
but I want to know where you're coming from. I
but
want
no,
to
I
know
but
how
I
you
want to
got
be,
to where you were, because if I'm going to change, I have to get closer to that. Just like you may not change your mind, you may not change your argument, but if you know where I'm at or why I am where I am, then you'll be able to start finding ways to understand there are ways through, or on some of the things there are not, and we need to just stop right there.
yeah. But see, because I mean, ultimately, my argument leans more to, you know, we have people who are in these political positions that has probably overused their position, that's done things that was maybe not on the up
Government
and up.
overreach? No, that can't happen. Not in this day and age.
yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. The thing you brought up with the classified, declassified, whatever. Well, he obviously didn't do that because they freaking charged him. You know what I'm saying? Like
Well,
that's again,
I
that's a
guess
beside the point
technically he
argument.
didn't declare it declassified while he was president. It was only after
Well,
when they caught him with it. And so I guess
So,
by
but
timetable that doesn't really work. I mean, I don't know.
hey,
but one of the things that I can say that I've been ever since the beginning of this, when both the former and the present president, was caught, supposedly having these these classified documents, you know, I knew that they were going to handle both of them differently just by the way that we heard it in the news, because they were making excuses for Biden first day, and then
I mean, the
but they
very
were
fact that Hillary had an entire email server in an unsecured location should have still been a big deal. But then again, this is where Trump's going to hurt himself, because if you remember, he's the one that strengthened up the secret document laws after they let Hillary walk on all that stuff.
yeah, because I mean, if
So what they're doing is, oh, you want to make the laws like this? Well, ha ha, come back to bite you, Mr. Trump.
Yeah, that's what I was reading about. They
This
were
is a
saying that.
ha ha, we got you with your own stuff. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, I saw that. They said that he opened the window for them to even be able to get him on this. And damn, what was I gonna say? Um, what was I gonna say related to that? Um, and he's the one who the judge who he's the one who appointed the judge who's over this.
which
So
is fine. I mean, you say, bro, I think that through this argument, a lot of things are getting misconstrued or misunderstood, because I'm not saying don't, convict or, do whatever needs to happen to Trump, because if he's done the crime, okay, you should be prepared to do the time, and that's just like with any criminal. I'm not, every criminal that's done something, to shoplifting or whatever. I mean, if you murder somebody, yeah, I'm just like, I don't give a shit who you are. You need to go. But like somebody who's, may have gotten away with something here, there, whatever. If they get away with it, they get away with it. But there's certain things that they know they know where he is. They know that he's done the crime. By them not treating this thing the same way with one president than the other, regardless if he's sitting or not, shows that you have some bias.
I think that's yet to be determined.
Either side of it, the whole documents thing going on, the ones Biden had, the ones Trump had, if they can prove that they were being nefarious with them, fine. Go for it. I mean, this is political bullshit to me more than it is important. If they can prove that the truth is they're both guilty, because if you read the law, it defines what negligence with these documents are. And by definition, they were both negligent. So they're both guilty.
That's what I've been saying the whole time.
Treason, not treason, whatever, spank you, throw you under the jail, get you trained on, I don't care. The truth is, they were negligent with the keeping and storage of the documents. By the stricture of the law, or whatever, of the law that they're trying to use, that they're using to pin this, it's a very simple definition. He was negligent in the keeping because people who were unauthorized have access. Same thing with the documents they found with Biden. Same things with the ones they found with Hillary. But because the law was changed after her, no one has to have a rough day.
Yeah, so I mean, it's yet to be determined. We'll see what happens. Maybe they will come for Biden, or his son, and we'll see.
But again, like you're saying, this particular case is about 45.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Because I mean,
we can't go after Potato yet. And as far as the son goes, they may be waiting on him because they can't go after whoever this mysterious the big guy is yet.
Hey, but listen, this is an angle that I think potentially is getting overlooked, is because one of the main reasons to keep Trump from getting in office, especially with all of the stuff that's mysterious, all these different things that just so happen to be coming up about him. If he gets the position that Biden has again, like, he won't have a leg to stand on. He'll be an ex-president too now, and then you know, Trump can exercise or, you know, use his influence,
Well,
his
see,
party, whatever,
that's the
to
problem.
do.
45 will, and that's the whole idea. Is everyone going? Oh, Potato isn't using his office to go after him, but
But
if this reverses, 45
because they know
will
that
actually use his office as a weapon, and that's one of the
definitely.
reasons I don't like him. That's one of the
But
reasons I don't like
Potato.
DeSantis.
But no, but Potato is currently doing it. He's using his office, like, bro. All right, no, I'm gonna leave it
No,
alone. I mean, for those who get it,
he's using his office to stop the stuff coming after him. He's not.
well, but
He's using all of his political clout right now to keep it off of his own family and himself.
I get it, and that's a part of it. But at the same time, like, he's manipulating his office. He's like doing everything that he can. You know, whoever, because I mean, you know, a lot of us do not believe that he's actually making all of these decisions himself. His
Like I
wife
said, he gets
probably
lost
makes
on
more decisions.
stage.
His wife makes more decisions than he does. Just like when Reagan was in office and he was going through his dementia and his things like that, Nancy was doing a lot of the handlings and signing paper things for him that he was not capable of handling. Same kind of thing that's happening with Biden right now. So, but either way, it's all still to protect. Yeah, it's to protect him and his family, but I mean, even after, if they make it another term, I mean, that's his son and his wife, his brother probably will still be around that could still get convicted for some type of espionage, just like what they're trying to put on Trump.
Let's move on. We spent way more time on that than I wanted to.
Let's do it.
The did y'all hear this stuff related to the UFO sightings and stuff?
No, man.
Las Vegas. It was pretty big news. Right here it says police body cam footage record UFO crash landing in Las Vegas backyard, followed by local residents calling the police saying 2 8-foot tall figures with big eyes were in their backyard. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but
It's almost midnight on May 1st when a Las Vegas Metro police officer's body cam catches this, something flashing low in the sky.
911 emergency.
Minutes later,
There's like an 8-foot person beside it, and another one's inside, and it has big eyes and looking at us, and it's still there.
someone calls 911 reporting 2 large figures in their backyard.
So I'm still nervous right now.
The 8 News Now investigators obtaining another officer's video as he's sent to the Northwest Valley home.
I have butterflies, bro. Everyone saw a shooting star. Then these people say there's aliens in their backyard.
By now, it's more than an hour after that bright light. Officers meeting up with the caller and his family.
What'd you see?
It was like a big creature.
A big creature?
Yeah, like around 10 feet tall.
I'm not going to BS you guys. One of my partners said they saw something fall out of the sky too, so that's why I'm kind of curious. Did you see anything land in your backyard, or
they see like a big? That's what they say. They see like a big something with light.
What I saw right now, I do believe in it.
Police walk into the backyard to investigate, but Metro blacked out that part of the video because it's considered private property. What's clear, they're taking this call seriously.
Hey, this might sound like a really dumb question, but did you guys see anything fall out of the sky?
Asking others what they saw.
I would normally discount it as nothing. However, seeing as one of my partners said they saw it too, only reason I'm actually investigating it further.
That investigation turning up no concrete answers as of Wednesday. Whatever or whoever fell into that yard, long gone within minutes.
Oh, hey, if those 9-foot beings come back, don't call us, all right? Deal with it yourself. I ain't dealing with that.
So yeah, this is quite.
What do y'all think?
Bullshit. I mean, I believe in, others, or things past our own universe and all that kind of stuff. But at the same time, this stuff being put on news, I think, is just hyper. I don't believe it.
Yeah, I'm mad skeptical too, so I'm with you on that.
It seems like he was repeating the same phrase a couple of times, a couple of different ones. So sounds like he
Yeah,
remembered a few
building a narrative.
lines and was just
Build.
kind of
It's
throwing
called
it, you
building a
know.
narrative. It's called building a narrative. I mean, the things that they want us to, want to excite us about, we see it on the news. The things that,
I
could
wasn't talking
be.
about that. I was talking about the guy sounding like he was scripted in the video itself.
Well, no, my point of view, I'm saying is that it's building a narrative. I mean, this is something that has been talked about for a while, and the more that they've been talking about it, these sightings, because there's been a lot more of them, and the fact that like we have a space force now, like all these different things are building up to the narrative to show that, okay, this is something else we should build fear on, and it's gonna be a global thing that we need to come together and have this total force where we react to these things on singularly. You know what I'm saying? So it's just another added thing to that narrative, because like I said, I mean, I'll never say that those things don't exist, but the way that they're presenting them to us is kind of in a I can't just totally give into those ideas. I just, especially not at this moment, right? I just can't.
I think a lot of people will be like, meh, anyways. You know?
I mean, because if they're here, like they could have been here the same way all this time. It's just now, okay. And then I believe that when they come, they're gonna be here for us, not against us.
The only thing though is those people that are super religious, it's gonna throw them for a loop. Like they're gonna have a
Yeah.
problem because their religion is not gonna fit in their religion. So then they're gonna
Well,
be like,
but see, but also when you're in religion to a certain level, you're more susceptible to the fear uh tactics. Like, I mean, you know what I'm saying? When you're.
yeah, they're gonna probably call them demons, and they're gonna be like, it's the end of the world, and it's
Well, I mean,
demons
there's
are
things
here.
there's things in the Bible that discuss entities from heaven or from other worlds. Wasn't always good things that supposedly came in those things because of was it the Nephilim and
Yeah, some were
you know
good, some were bad, and it's in there.
yeah. So I mean,
Or maybe
first
that's what they
thought,
call them, angels. They call them angels, or they call them
yeah,
demons. But
yeah,
find a way to fit it in there.
exactly. So I mean, I think we got to be real careful on how we. I mean, if we see something personally, yeah, we might have a different effect on it.
Yeah,
Maybe it's more
I'd
believable.
have to see it myself, pretty much.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
none of that was very convincing to me.
yeah,
You know.
yeah. Me neither. Let's move on. Tucker Carlson. Y'all got Twitters, right?
Not yet.
Y'all should,
I'm gonna have to get. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna get me one.
y'all should
I can't.
follow Tucker on Twitter and check his show out because that's what he's releasing his stuff on. He's got 2 shows on there. Last I checked, so far. And
I saw what you posted in the group, and
how much of that
I
did
mean
you watch? Because I'm gonna
all
play a
of it,
little bit. You watched the whole
all of it.
thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so and it was a couple of comments from the clip that he said. Maybe I don't know how much. I don't want to play a lot of this because it's gonna take a lot
Bro,
of time, but
it said, bro, it's gonna hurt a lot of people's head because, I mean, I think a lot of people don't listen to him is because they're too built up into a alternate narrative to where common sense just doesn't soak in. It's just like certain things, you know, that water, the dam being broken. Just a simple little information about it.
well, there was
You
a
know,
couple comments that Tucker made that I have a
a
problem
bunch.
with.
That was just one example of it, but I'm just saying, like, it's just certain things, you know, if you really just kind of sit back and kind of, you know,
Because he hurts his
evaluate.
argument. I think sometimes when he throws stuff in there that don't work, you know, when he's throwing, because he throws red meat, you know, to his audience, to a certain segment of our society, like he's trying to push their buttons, and he'll throw red meat to them. And I think that sometimes it hurts his overall argument when he's making a good point, and then he throws something in there that's kind of crazy. Like one of them things that he said was about the he said, who organized the Black Lives Matter protest thing, you know? And I don't think that originally the Black Lives Matter protest was organized by anybody. It was completely
Oh God,
organic
it's
and
not. It
sporadic
was.
and completely random, you know?
That's not.
It
But
was
I mean,
it
but
was
there's proof that shows that there is an actual organization that pushes the narrative on the news where people get out and go, you know, because they
well,
want to be supportive.
if you
And
want to say the news, but because I was
no,
gonna
no, no, no,
say
no.
that the video of what was his name? I can't even think of his name right now. The video of him dying, the guy sticking his knees on his back and the look on his face, that's what sparked the Black Lives Matter protest. And it wasn't organized. It was just people saw that and they was
At,
pissed and they went in the
at
streets.
what point? At what
And
point are you talking about? Because the black,
at the
because when
beginning,
we're talking about, because the Black Lives Matter, uh the whole ideology of that came back like in 2012 when Trayvon Martin got killed. So after Trayvon Martin, and we're talking about, you know, Ferguson and, like, you know, different
no, it was
things that.
different then. They had the I can't breathe thing that they was doing. That was Ferguson, I want to say
No,
earlier. That was
that was not
before.
the I Can't Breathe was the dude from New York, the big guy selling the cigarettes. I can't
Well,
remember his name right now. I'm sorry. No offense, but at the moment
the
it
Black
escapes
Lives
me.
Matter came after George Floyd. That's what it was. George Floyd.
No, it didn't. It came 2012 after Trayvon Martin. This is like after the whole thing when Obama said that he could have been his son. So that hashtag came alive after that moment in time. And then as things progressed, there was an organization created that started going around the country where all of the things that became a big thing that was promoted by the news and people saying
Well,
that this is the big
well,
deal.
the hashtag could have been around beforehand, but the video of George Floyd pissed people off, and they went out in the streets. It was not nobody, George Soros,
BLM's
who
been
was
around
giving
since
them money.
2013.
Bro, no, because see,
2013, 2014.
he wasn't paying all of the people, because see, that's the thing, he paid certain people. Like that's the narrative. Have I seen the check? But the narrative is that George Soros had some people that were like what we're calling the anti-fascists, the Antifa, to go and create certain things, scenarios, or start certain things where the crowd would be attracted to and maybe add to. So that's why we looked at Black Lives Matter as an organization split off to the Black Lives movement, because there was the people on the ground that was just pissed off and, you know, trying to make change, you know, because they were intermixed with people who were being affected by or being used by the organization.
These people weren't organized. They wasn't trying to make no change, really. They was
Yep.
just pissed, and they went out in the
I,
world and started
but
tearing shit
amongst
up.
them,
That's
but
what happened.
amongst, but
It was not
amongst them,
organized.
but amongst them were people that was organized to destruct.
So, but you didn't organize. They were taking advantage of the moment.
Yeah,
They
but that's
wasn't
the, but it
it
still
wasn't
existed.
organized. It was completely organic. Random cities. It
It
just
was
started
not.
happening.
It was no. It was not.
Nobody
And
can
even
control that. Nobody.
no,
I
no.
don't care
But
how
listen,
much power or money you
li-
have. You cannot do that.
yes, you can.
No, you
because
cannot.
maybe listen, you because I mean, I think that's where a lot of people are missing it, is that a lot of it was organic.
Fifth
People,
generation warfare. Already
huh?
talked
Yeah,
about it.
yeah, like most of it was organic. The hundreds of thousands of however many people that was out there, it was mostly organic. But when you have certain things that can come in and divert some of those natural feelings into something that becomes destructive, where those people who really came for make a change, and there's other people like, man, fuck this, like and starting certain things in certain crews infects those other people who came there for another reason.
And I'm not
So
arguing with that. Said
so
at the
what is the
beginning.
argument? But
I
there is
said
but there is a portion of it that is organized. Like it's
I
organ
said it began organic. That's what I said. I didn't say that it stayed
but you
that
said
way. I said it began organic.
okay.
And the argument that
I
Tucker was
understand where you
making
are now. In the
was
beginning, it was go ahead.
saying that it was just organized, that like what he was insinuating was that somebody organized that people would go out into the street and tear shit
Somebody
up.
did. He's not lying.
Which one is it? We can't go with both, bro.
No,
Like
it
the
is,
people went out in the
but it
street
is
completely on
both.
their own. They
Chaka,
organically at the
Chaka, but
beginning.
you're missing it because it is both. Two
Okay,
things are
okay.
true, can be true at the same
Picture this.
time.
Picture this situation for a second. I think I got where you guys can meet up with this. We've been locked up for 6 months, 8 months at this point in time.
Yeah.
We're mad. We're pissed. We're being lied to. All of this, and then all of a sudden, across all of our screens, right and left, we see nothing but the last 7 minutes of this guy's life. Nothing that led up to it, nothing about anything, no context, anything, just that. His words, him breathing out like that. The world lost its fucking mind. That was an excuse. And now, for all of this lockdown, you can't get anywhere near each other unless you're protesting. And it's okay to do that without a mask and without socially distancing.
Yeah, well, and a lot of people were still very Coverhead was
So
early
yeah,
on.
so now listen, this leads to both of your theories being correct. Because yes, did it start out with a whole bunch of people getting pissed and going out? Yeah. But immediately it became encouraged. It became the psychological outlet that they had been waiting for. It may have been organic, but we had been pushed to the point that we were waiting for the event that was going to make it break.
Yeah,
So
it
yes,
wasn't
it
like a
was
concert.
spontaneous. I won't say it was organic. I'm going to say it was planned. It just happened to be this guy, not the white guy in Austin 3 months earlier that the exact same thing had happened to. It was this guy. They caught it. This was the one that broke because we had been locked up long enough. We were mad enough. We were pissed off. We didn't believe in the government. Things were just coming out that they were lying to us about this, that this wasn't working, that this was working, and they were shutting down people online for speaking against anything. Yeah. They put that pressure on us to break. Yes, it was a natural event, but it was an unnatural pressure that was placed on us to make that break happen.
I agree with that.
And this is how both of you are right.
But okay.
Let me play some of this. I'll be right back.
Tucker Carlson premiered his Twitter show. There's so many things to talk about it. There's so many things. The first thing is, before I went to air, he had 87.8 million views of his video. Do you know how long?
Wow.
Do you know how long it would take Chris Hayes to get 87 million views? It would probably take him about 5 or 6 months. Anyway, he got it in one video with one show. 87 million. As I'm sure it's at 88 million now. Fox News screwed themselves. And legacy media is over. I think people are getting their news, are going to be getting their news from places like this and places like this. Did you see this, Kurt? Almost 88 million views he got on this already.
Oh, chilling, Jimmy.
That he could have that much speech.
He just is evil. That's what I think of Tucker Carlson. He must be. Why would he say this unless he's a madman?
That's almost a third of the country, right?
A third of the country's evil.
So I'm gonna play this for you, and we'll watch it together because it is stunning. This was the former #1 newsman in the world, and listen to how he just destroys the corporate news bullshit narrative. First about the Ukraine war, and then he goes on to just tell you about how they're lying to you, the news. And so let's watch it together because this is you want to see why Tucker Carlson crushed everybody. Here's why.
Hey, it's Tucker Carlson. This morning, it looks like somebody blew up the Kakhovka Dam in southern Ukraine. The rushing wall of water wiped out entire villages, destroyed a critical hydropower plant, and as of tonight, puts the largest nuclear reactor in Europe in danger of melting down. So if this was intentional, it was not a military tactic, it was an act of terrorism. The question is, who did it? Well, let's see. The Kakhovka Dam was effectively Russian. It was built by the Russian government. It currently sits in Russian-controlled territory. The dam's reservoir supplies water to Crimea, which has been, for the last 240 years, home of the Russian Black Sea Fleet. Blowing up the dam may be bad for Ukraine, but it hurts Russia more. And for precisely that reason, the Ukrainian government has considered destroying it. In December, the Washington Post quoted a Ukrainian general saying his men had fired American-made rockets at the dam's floodgate as a test strike. So really, once the facts start coming in, it becomes much less of a mystery what might have happened to the dam. Any fair person would conclude that the Ukrainians probably blew it up.
So I wanted to cover that too, and so this is perfect. So we get to do two things at once because the news was coming out about the dam, and all you saw was a lot of pictures of Ukrainians struggling. They're flooding out, their houses are flooding out, and all of the damage that the flood breaking and the flood caused against the Ukrainian people. And then they were saying, of course, it was the Russians doing this. As another part of the war, fighting the war against Ukraine, giving them more hard time, but it's as more and more information comes out, it's starting to look like it again, kind of like the Nord Stream pipeline. It wouldn't make sense for Russia to do this, and it's a good chance that it was Ukraine who did it. And they're telling the people.
Sounds to me like Disney found the place they want to put their theme park, and they just needed to clear the land a little bit.
Ooh, that's funny that you say that because I said that about. There was a picture I played in one of the other videos where the Ukrainian people blew up these apartment buildings, and they were leaving the area because they was losing the area to the Russians. So, but they blew up these like apartment buildings. It was multiple huge ass buildings. They blew them up as they left the city. And it's like, why the hell would they do that? Like, that doesn't make any sense at all. Like, unless
Russians and Russian mentality, you must understand their idea of winning a war, and this is how they beat Napoleon, is basically, as you retreat, burn everything to the ground behind you.
Yeah, the stuff that people can use. I know that history. I know my shit. But this is like an apartment building. Like, what use would they have for that?
A place to rest troops, a place to hide things behind, a place to use as cover. It is a useful thing for the enemy.
Maybe even storage. I mean, like they can use it for a lot of things.
I just when I saw that, I didn't think that way. I don't, and I still don't. I think it goes back to more likely to what you were saying, because BlackRock has already got their foot in the door, and the papers are signed, they're gonna rebuild this shit. So, you know, boom, and that's gonna end up being a new whatever, new something. Somebody is gonna buy it for pennies and make it into something. And I think that's the reason why they blew those buildings up. I'm speculating, you know, I don't know.
Ukraine, after everything, is gonna be like I ain't gonna say like Dubai, but it's gonna be more of a
It's gonna be,
touristy place
I was just about to
where,
say, it's gonna be a Western tourist attraction
yeah,
if they have it their way.
It's going to be like the Grand Canyon. They're going to be doing those Russian dances like the Hopi do up on Grand Canyon Point.
We'll see.
Come, see our culture. Pay us
you know,
your good money.
I think one of the things that, you know,
Our
like
vodka
I've been
best.
trying to figure, what I've been trying to figure out is, because, you know, China plays both sides of the fence, and, you know, by them, you know, right now we're seeing them in their involvement with, you know, Russia and, you know, the BRICS and all that, but at the same time they've made certain agreements, whether it's under the table or above the table, with other Western powers. So it's kind of like, we don't know, you know what I'm saying? We know ultimately China is supposed to be the head power. So it's just like, are they going to double cross Russia? That's one of the things that I've been waiting to see if that would happen.
I guess
Well,
maybe,
you know,
but being
well,
that they're in BRICS together, then what would be their, you know, incentive to
Well,
do that?
because
How would they,
I
what would
because I
they gain from that?
well, I think that eventually the rest of the world will be a part of BRICS, and uh, Russia, you know, being a part of it now wouldn't change for what they expect for the future,
Yeah, I
or at
still
least
don't
what we.
see how it would benefit China to double cross Russia, being that they're in BRICS. And back to the uh, people traveling and looking, the tourism stuff. I saw a story about North Korea where they were talking about how North Korea made it, you know, okay for United States people to come over there and visit, and they were attracting people. They wanted them to come and check out North Korea. And then immediately the United States made it illegal for United States citizens to go and visit North Korea. So, I mean, that's just kind of a sidebar, because you mentioned the
But
tourism thing, and it just made me think about that. And it's like, you know, why would the United States not want people to travel to North Korea? You know, they're going to say that it's for their safety or something, I'm sure. But I think it more has to do with people knowing about what's actually happening over there, what the country looks like, or how it really is. And their
exactly.
narrative is harder to. I was watching this TV show. I started watching this TV show called Silo, and it's about these people are in this it's like post-apocalyptic earth supposedly, and people are in this um huge like bomb shelter type place, right? And they don't get to go outside because they tell them they're going to die if they go outside. But they have the only way they can see out, they only have one view outside, and it's like all of the windows, you know, show the same view outside because they have this one camera up front of the like the top of the silo that shows going outside. But they don't know what it's like out there for real because nobody gets to go outside. And this is the perfect situation to control people and, you know, lie to them basically, because the only information that they have about outside is what you tell them. You know what I mean? And then they tell you you're gonna die if you go outside. That's a huge motivation for you to not want to go see. You know what I mean? You're gonna die immediately and you can't come back. You know, there's no, you know. So that's the thing with this. And I'm thinking about how the narratives that we get from our media, the way the news is set up, it's just like that with the silo. And I think that that's what they were trying to say with this show, um, that we don't ever really get to see what it really is outside because uh, our view is skewed and controlled. You know what I mean? The narrative is set, and it is what it is. And these are coming from our authority figures to telling us what things are like specifically what's happening in North Korea. All the horror stories they tell you about North Korea, but can any of us really verify that? You know what I mean? Especially if we can't go over there and see it for ourselves. You know what I mean? So if someone did go over there and see it for themselves and had their little phone out and video it.
This is why you have a VPN. This is why you get news and information from places outside of the United States.
Yeah, and I would completely agree with that. But I still think that it would be difficult to truly see North Korea and how it is there, even with your VPN through the news sources in other places, because I don't know if you still get a bit of a narrative, because you know that the news that comes out of North Korea as far as what they produce is definitely biased, so then you can't really trust what they're saying either. Like, so the only way that you could really be confident is by going there and seeing it yourself. You know what I mean? And checking it out and being like, hey, it's not what they said it was. But none of us can do that. So we can't say that. So we can't see that. So that's what I'm saying. That's the comparison to the show that I was watching, Shiloh. Let me play some more.
You are not going to hear that.
Well, that's why he's got all those views.
Okay. Just so you
Check
know,
the chat.
someone's telling you what is an obvious truth, an obvious logical conclusion that you can't get on corporate-owned TV. Here we go.
Just as you would assume they blew up Nord Stream, the Russian natural gas pipeline, last fall. And in fact, the Ukrainians did do that, as we now know. It's not like Vladimir Putin is anxious to wage war on himself. Oh, but that's where you're wrong, Mr. and Mrs. Cable News consumer. Vladimir Putin is exactly that sort of man, the sort of man who'd shoot himself to death in order to annoy you. We know this from the American media, which wasted no time this morning in accusing the Russians of sabotaging their own infrastructure. Bill Kristol, the man who once told us that Saddam Hussein was responsible for 9/11, immediately denounced Putin as a war criminal and even more savagely compared him to Donald Trump. The rest of the pundit class made similar, clearly coordinated noises. Putin did it! Putin did it! And their reasoning was simple. Putin is evil, and evil people do evil things purely for the dark joy of being evil. In this specific case, Putin attacked himself, which is the most evil thing you can do, and therefore perfectly in character for a man that evil. That was their explanation. No one who's paid to cover these things seemed to entertain even the possibility it could have been the Ukrainians who did it. No chance of that. Ukraine, as you may have heard, is led by a man called Zelensky. We can say for a dead certain fact that he was not involved. He couldn't have been. Zelensky is too decent for terrorism. Now, you see him on television, and it's true you might form a different impression. Sweaty and rat-like, a comedian turned oligarch, a persecutor of Christians, a friend of BlackRock. But don't believe your own eyes. Actually, Mr. Zelensky is a very good man. The best, really. As George W. Bush once noted, he is our generation's Winston Churchill.
Oh my God. And it's like they talk to us like we're freaking children, bro. Like they simplify everything down to the simplest thing, good and evil and shit like that. Yeah, comparing him to Winston Churchill, bruh, this dude is losing everything. Like, did y'all see the clips? Y'all not plugged in like I am, but I saw a lot of clips of the tanks. And I have a clip on that. I'm probably cover it tomorrow. But the tanks, bro, like, remember they were talking about, hey, we're going to send in all of these state-of-the-art tanks, and it's going to turn the tide of the war. Bruh, the Russians are taking out those tanks freaking I've got footage. I can't share the footage because people are getting, like, the tanks are getting blown up and shit. So I can't show that here. I might get in trouble. But the tanks are dropping like flies, bro. Like, these... they're it's not working, bro. It's not those advanced tanks that they send over there is not working. So Zelensky is no Winston Churchill, like by any freaking stretch, you know. I saw another one where it was talking about, damn it, what was it? Related to that, how they're they're sending another 1.2 billion to Ukraine. They just approved it like yesterday, I think. Another 1.2 billion, I think that's the number. And it's because it's ammunitions and so forth and so on. And that's because they're getting their
But
asses.
we don't know if we can pay our bills.
I'm telling you, the debt ceiling. But they're getting their asses handed to them. That's the reason why they're doing this emergency 1.2 billion. They approved real quickly, like overnight or something.
Of all the people in the world, our shifty, dead-eyed Ukrainian friend in the tracksuit is uniquely incapable of blowing up a dam. He's literally a living saint, a man in whom there is no sin. That's why Lindsey Graham is so attracted to him. They're just too...
He's better off of Fox.
You are never going to get this kind of truth talk about Zelensky, Lindsey Graham, Ukraine, the war. You're never. This is unbelievable. He sounds like he. I don't want to pat myself too hard on the back, but it sounds like he's doing a Jimmy Dore show.
Yeah.
Good people hanging out together and being good. And like all good people, when they meet in person, they spend a lot of time talking about killing people and laughing like friends do. Here's the pair last week.
Free or die.
Free or die.
Now you are free.
Yes.
And we will be.
And the Russians are dying. It's the best money we've ever spent.
Thank you so much.
Is it the best?
The Russians are dying. It's the best money we've ever spent, Graham says. A smile spreads across his thin, quivering lips as he forms the words. He looks like a starving man contemplating a breakfast buffet. The aroma of death has aroused Lindsey Graham. Thanks so much, replies Zelensky. He feels the same way. See, there's nothing dark here. Just two middle-aged guys celebrating the killing of a population. They don't seem like the kind of people who'd enjoy flooding villages or starting a famine. And in any case, who cares if they are? It's really not your business. Your job is to support Ukraine. Watch Nikki Haley, a Republican candidate for president, explain this principle on CNN.
A win for Ukraine is a win for all of us. And for them to sit there and say that this is a territorial dispute, that's just not the case. To say that we should stay neutral, it is in the best interest of America. It's in the best interest of our national security for Ukraine to win. We have to see this through. We have to finish it.
See? It's very easy to understand. It is vitally important for you to support Ukraine because it's necessary for Ukraine to be supported by you. Your support is mandatory until it's finished, whatever it is, and whatever that means. So shut up and support Ukraine or else you're in trouble. Back when they still taught logic, statements like this were known as tautologies. Something is true because it is. The more you repeat it, the truer it becomes. It's a self-reinforcing reality. There was a time when tautologies were considered illegitimate arguments, not to mention hilariously stupid. Only dumb people talk like that. Now everybody in power talks like that. Diversity is our strength. Trans women are women. Zelensky is Churchill. It's all self-evidently true. Doesn't need an explanation, and don't ask questions. Sound familiar? Of course it does. That's the pap they're serving us day after day in steaming, lumpy portions. By this point, it's possible that American citizens are the least informed people in the world. Your average yak herder in Tajikistan knows who blew up the Nord Stream pipeline. It's obvious. Does he think some skinny dude in a dress is actually a girl? Come on. That idea would never occur to him. You've got to be lied to at full volume over a period of years in order to reach conclusions like that. And of course, we have been. The media lie. They do. But mostly they just ignore the stories that matter. What's happened to the hundreds of billions of US dollars we've sent to Ukraine? No clue. Who organized those BLM riots 3 years ago? No one's gotten to the bottom of that. What exactly happened on 9/11? Well, it's still classified. How did Jeffrey Epstein make all that money? How did he die? How about JFK? And so endlessly on.
You made some good points in there. Now, like I said, the problem I had was the Black Lives Matter one, but all the rest of those were valid freaking questions. And I really like what he said as far as what they really do is they don't cover what matters. We're stuck on stuff like this Donald Trump story. You know what I mean? The media doesn't cover what really matters, and that's how we're not informed or misinformed. They do all of these fluff freaking stories. They do all of these freaking cultural stories, and they don't cover the stuff that really freaking matters.
Hey, y'all see the chat?
Yeah, I got you. You got some comments you want to make before you go?
No, not really. I mean, maybe, but I think there's a lot of things that us as people really need to, step up for ourselves, our children, and things, and like some of these things that's somewhat nuanced. Because I mean, he's very entertaining with his message, but we need to take these things to heart and be serious as far as how we accept information. The things that we're hearing, we need to analyze them to a certain degree for ourselves. Because I mean, we have very few people that are really coming with these type of things. Regardless if you partially agree or fully agree with what Tucker on his things, because he does bring certain things to light that a lot of people are not seeing on their own. That if you're watching mainstream media, you're kind of locked into, like I said, they've already controlled a lot of your subconscious mind and things that will, either attract you or trigger you. And like when you said you have the issue with the Black Lives Matter thing, on one hand you said that you agree, but then when he plays it again, you still have an issue with it because he didn't make it exact, the same way that me and Doc explained it to you, but in the back of your mind, it still bothers you that he says it. But
no, it's not that he bothers me. It's the comment is not, like you said, it's vague. And he said who was behind the Black Lives Matter protests,
yes,
and I was saying that it was organic, completely natural. No one, no
but it's
leader, no head. And
no,
he
there
was
is, but so
insinuating
you
that
don't
it
agree.
was.
So you don't
So
agree because there are people behind the scenes. Like we have people who mean, like, because right now BLM is bankrupt, but what made them bankrupt? What like there was a lot of things that was happening in the organization, because I separate the organization and the people who are actually a part of the movement, which I think some of them got distracted by some of these peoples that were paid to go out there and create distractions and create things to deter them from really getting what they are trying to express the point that they went there for. So that's what he's talking about when he says the people who organized, because there was an organized effect there. Like there's things that was created to like tearing up buildings is not what I think the people went there for, or looting or burning buildings is not what the organic people went there for, but that's what ended up happening. So those are the things that people who understand, but you know um regardless, I think that we have to take more responsibility for the information that we do take in and analyze it, like truly do some investigation instead of just taking everything at face value, because overall you're going to get screwed if you just accept everything that they give you.
yeah, even Tucker.
Yeah,
What's up, Apple Tree? Thank you
or
for
even me or you or
or
whoever, because
or
I think we're
whoever.
all subject to it. Yeah, I see that. Hello,
Thanks
Apple
for
Tree.
making the comments.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, but that goes for each and every one of us, because I think that all of us at some point, we have our triggers. We have different things that we easily accept and things that we somewhat ignore. That's me, you, everybody. None of us are free of it. So, you know, but That's the thing. We got to take more responsibility, but you know, even I would say even Tucker, but Tucker has a position that he's got a bunch of minds that I think he's at least trying to give a fair shake at. Hey, this is something, you know what I'm saying? Don't just listen to everything I say, but you know, what I'm telling you is to, you know,
I
double check.
like 85-90% of what he's saying, because talking about how the narrative, talking about Russia blowing up the pipeline, and he's basically saying that don't really make sense. And no one in the media, the mainstream media, is saying this. And that's the reason why, you know, he got all those views. Like, I don't know where he's at now, but he's blowing them out of the water. And that may be what I thought about with this, is like maybe Elon Musk is smarter than he looks as far as this particular thing right here related to buying Twitter. And then
Oh my God.
and then you got Tucker coming
That's a
over to
crazy
Twitter.
comment. That's a crazy comment you just made.
So then you got Tucker coming on exclusively. He's exclusively releasing this stuff on Twitter. So you know that's gonna drive Twitter traffic like crazy. And then you got the mainstream media, news media, aren't getting the clicks that this guy's getting. He blew everybody out of the water, like crazy numbers he did.
Well, when you provide, because I mean, the average person is going to usually gravitate to, you know, honesty and, you know, things that, you know, something that's more real than what they hear anywhere else. And especially when it enables you to somewhat think for yourself. It's like, hey, you know, what about this? What about that? Bringing things to your attention that is not saying, hey, no, this is getting mad at you if you don't believe a certain way. So, I mean, regardless of, I mean, what how much truth are we getting anywhere else? Because I think if we're talking about 90, 95, 97%, that's almost total truth compared to what you're getting in other places.
Yeah.
Not only are the media not interested in any of this, they are actively hostile to anybody who is.
Yes.
In journalism, curiosity is the gravest crime. Yesterday, for example, a former Air Force officer who worked for years in military intelligence came forward as a whistleblower to reveal that the U.S. government has physical evidence of crashed non-human made aircraft,
You see that?
as well as the bodies of the pilots who flew those aircraft. The Pentagon has spent decades studying these otherworldly remains in order to build more technologically advanced weapons systems. Okay, that's what the former intel officer revealed, and it was clear he was telling the truth. In other words, UFOs are actually real, and apparently so is extraterrestrial life. Now we know. In a normal country, this news would qualify as a bombshell, the story of the millennium. But in our country, it doesn't. The whistleblower's account ran on a technology website called The Debrief, which you've probably never heard of. The Washington Post had that story, but decided not to run it. The New York Times, meanwhile, just pretended it never happened. On the front page of the New York Times website this morning, there were 5 stories about Ukraine, as well as 4 stories apiece about Donald Trump, trans people, and climate change, the usual lineup. There was nothing at all about how an alien species is flying hypersonic aircraft over our cities. Not one word. So if you're wondering why our country seems so dysfunctional, this is a big part of the reason. Nobody knows what's happening. A small group of people control access to all relevant information, and the rest of us don't know. We're allowed to yap all we want about racism, but go ahead and talk about something that really matters and see what happens. If you keep it up, they'll make you be quiet. Trust us. That's how they maintain control.
Julian Assange.
When Western tourists first started traveling in large numbers to the Soviet Union in the early 1970s, they found that many Russians had a completely warped understanding of the United States. They thought that Americans lived in grinding poverty, in a state of perpetual race war, and were desperate to flee to the freedom and prosperity of the Eastern Bloc. They thought this because that's what they had been told. They had no way to know otherwise. The few Russians who understood what was really going on in the rest of the world had learned about it from listening to shortwave radio broadcasts, sometimes under the covers so the neighbors wouldn't hear. 50 years later, it is bewildering to consider the ironies here. We're the ones who live in ignorance now. The US government has managed to classify more than 1 billion so-called public documents. So at this point, we can't possibly know what our leaders are doing. We're not allowed to know. By definition, that is not a democracy. Yet it's fine with the media. Secrecy is a powerful tool of control.
Man, he said so much there. Like, I think that the most important thing was we don't know what's really going on because it's a small number of people who control all the information that we receive. You know, that's huge. And what was the last thing he just said? Hold on.
We're not allowed to know. By definition, that is not a democracy.
Yeah, like how informed is your vote when you are given information? You know, you only have a limited amount of information. You know, and that's what he said right after that about it's a powerful tool of control because you know you already know if you give people two options, they got to choose Republican or Democrat. And that's it. Those are their only viable options. And then you only give them certain amount of information. You completely control all of the information. Then you know that leads to people talking about the lesser of two evils. You know, stir fried shit or bake shit, and either way you're getting shit. You know, and then you're like, well, that's all that we can have. You know, or whatever. That's the best that it can be, or whatever. Because all that you've been given is a limited amount of information. A few people controlling all of the information that you're getting. Like I said, that show Silo, and you know, you can't see. You're completely blinded, completely controlled.
Yet it's fine with the media. Secrecy is a powerful tool of control. Stop asking how we got so rich. Here's another story about racism. Go eat each other. That's the program. That's how most of us now live here in the United States. Manipulated by lies, silenced by taboos. It is unhealthy and it's dehumanizing, and we're tired of it. As of today, we've come to Twitter, which we hope will be the shortwave radio under the blankets. We're told there are no gatekeepers here. If that turns out to be false, we'll leave. But in the meantime, we are grateful to be here. We'll be back with much more very soon.
That dude blew I think it was only 10 minutes that video, and it blowed out everybody out of the water, bro. The news media, as far as the news media, it blew all of them out of the water. Nobody can even get in his zone with the clicks, you know. And I mean, it just shows. I mean, if you be candid and truthful and honest with the people, then they're gonna tune in, man. Because you can't say what was the number, because he said it was a third of the country, and you can't say all of those people were Republicans or all of those people were on the right or whatever. You know, all of those people were conservatives that tuned in to Tucker Carlson. And then the argument is talk about people hate watching. I'm sorry, I can't think that people would waste 10 minutes out of their life just to listen to Tucker Carlson and hate watch him. You know what I mean? You know, that's not logical to me.
Well, yeah, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to go through there word by word by word so they can pick him apart. And
yeah, but that's going to be a small, very small percentage.
87 million. We're going to say, I think, 330 million as a rough round number. So just a little bit less than 1/3. But remember, that's worldwide too. That's not
yeah.
And that's views, not individual people watching necessarily.
People watching more than once.
Got to remember that's a couple of hundred people in their office all putting it on repeat too.
Yeah.
I mean, if I had 100 people that worked for me, I'd be like, anytime you're not sitting at your desk, you better have this on repeat.
Yeah. Yeah. I can agree with that.
But even saying even giving him half of it, that's still 40 million something. That's Super Bowl numbers, man.
Yeah, that's blowing out everybody. Like So no matter what, you can't shake a stick at it. It's got to be respected. And I think it's a tide turner. This is we've already known that a lot of people are already starting to get all their news media from other places other than the mainstream media, because people have lost so much trust in the mainstream media. And this is a tide turner right here where the page turns. And, I think, legacy media is dead. This is the day it died. When Tucker released this first show here on Twitter, it's going to be all down. They already been, going downhill for a while, laying off staff and getting smaller and smaller. But they did it to themselves. I think about Blockbuster Video and how Blockbuster Video was charging people for the movies, so much extra money that they were all the fees they were doing, and they were just winning. And so that they shot themselves in the foot and sabotaged their own thing, and they're pretty much gone now, because they got so greedy and they didn't innovate. They were too rigid. And that's the same thing has happened.
Actually, right at their last little bit, they did start innovating a little bit.
It was too late.
The mistake they made was not buying into Netflix.
Yeah, and
not being part of that. But right there at the end, in the brick and mortar stores, they actually went to a subscription service with the first one in the video industry. You could pay so much per month. I think I was paying $30 a month, and I had no late fees. I had up to 5 videos at a time I could take out.
And they was too late. And they had the little boxes, like the red boxes too. They put those up.
Redbox was a lot later. Was way after Blockbuster went down. But Redbox is what made Netflix really that's what made Netflix eventually drop their mail-in DVD service.
Yeah,
because Netflix started out, they weren't a streaming service. You would just mail a list in to them, and they would send you DVDs 2-3 at a time, and then you'd put them back, toss them in there. There were no late fees, but you could only have a few, so many at a time. It was a monthly fee. And then when Blockbuster started doing theirs, their monthly fees, their monthly club, they started getting into the streaming at the very beginning.
Yeah, they was late and too rigid, and they streamlined everything and was all about making those profits and those damn stock buybacks and all of that shit that all of the companies still do to this day. So,
what happened at the end was somebody at the end was all this internet thing, this streaming online. It's going to be too expensive. People aren't going to be able to afford computers. People aren't going to be able to afford the technology. They're not going to be able to afford the high-speed internet. They're not going to want to wait 4 hours to watch a 30-minute movie. And it's like he was old school. He didn't see the future. He didn't even. He looked at the future and went, "I never read sci-fi when I was a kid. Forget this."
Yeah, he wasn't seeing it.
He was the one that watched Gunsmoke, not Star Trek. And, boom, Blockbuster, became a block anchor.
So, but what I want to focus on here is how, the legacy media has done the same thing, like related to Blockbuster. They shot themselves in the foot. Like, they kept cutting costs. That's the reason why you didn't have people who were out on the scene, and doing those smaller stories and stuff. They didn't see the profit in that stuff, and how they would use the studios where, and then recycle all of the material,
It's also now the day where everybody's got a camera in their pocket. It's a lot cheaper to buy a video from this guy or say, "Hey, sell us rights. We'll give you $100 right now, cash, if you'll sell us the rights to that video."
Instead of having somebody out there.
Yeah, so they got live on. This guy gets 100, and then the network sues anybody that shows it on their webpage for $10,000 a hit.
Yeah. So, well, anyways, that ends up being us seeing only this one video or two videos or whatever on the scene of something that happened or whatever, and it gets funneled through all of the people who buy the rights to be able to show it and so forth and so on. So what I'm saying is they were all about making their money, and they kept cutting the corners and making things more streamlined, and that's what led to them being in the position that they're in. Because if you had them still doing more real investigative reporting, doing smaller stories, not always trying to be the first one to get the stuff up, but not following the crowd and just doing your own thing and doing actual stories, stuff that people care about. But see, that costs money. You got to have people out there in the field, and they didn't want to spend that money because they're not going to use all those stories. They don't know which ones they're going to run, so they don't want to waste money. So they that's what that's what makes sense when you're looking at it from a profit point of view. But they're running themselves out. Like they're finna not be making any money at all. They're finna be not making any clips, getting any clicks at all, because you got this big huge gap in it. All the traffic gonna be over here on Twitter, watching Tucker Carlson. You know what I'm saying? And watching whatever smaller guy who's doing it on something like that. You know what I mean? Not on the MSNBC, CNN, Fox, all of them. They're all in trouble. They're in trouble, trouble, trouble. And that's what I think this is. This is a flashpoint right here with Tucker Carlson. I can't stay on much longer either. And I stayed on these stories way too freaking long. I had a whole plan for this stuff, and I had a rapid fire stories that I wanted to cover at the beginning, but I got off track when I was talking about the sensory deprivation stuff. I really meant to start off with some of these quick stories, but so let's go into them now. I got off track. So give me a second, y'all. Let me go back to this. Let's see which one. I don't want to do that one. Boris Johnson, but damn, I might end up too long on that because I freaking have a lot of shit on that. Here, let's do this one. It says Supreme Court finds Alabama gerrymandering violates VRA. And that's really significant, being how conservative the Supreme Court is. Oh, there's no sound. They're just showing the guys on here. It says, Democracy Now! Posted this. They said, in a 5-4 ruling, the Supreme Court found that Alabama's Republican-drawn congressional district unlawfully disadvantaged Black voters in a violation of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. Chief Justice John Roberts and Justice Brett Kavanaugh broke with their conservative colleagues to join the majority opinion. Meanwhile, Justice Clarence Thomas wrote a 48-page dissent, of course, and called the case yet another installment in the disastrous misadventures of this court's voting rights jurisprudence. So I have some more on this. I really kind of wanted to show, because I have a picture that shows what they're looking at, because you kind of got to see it to understand what they're talking about, because they lumped all of the majority Black cities into one district. And this is Alabama, right? Do I have the map? And it's a big, huge chunk of the state. And so what happens is when you do that, then that population has less power, less voting power, because they're all in the same district. So then they only get one representative. It's kind of like where we talk about Sheila Jackson Lee, and people be like, why is Sheila Jackson Lee always in there, been in there so long? Well, that's because of the way that they drew up that district. It's no matter what, it's going to be someone, if not Sheila Jackson Lee, someone just like her would win that district every time. But that's just one district. you know, so the influence that it has on the overall politics is diluted as a result. I'm searching for the map because I swear I had it somewhere. I don't know. I thought it was in there. They're they're kind of showing it here. They're kind of showing it here. I think this one right here is the district that they're talking about right here. I think this is the one. Freaking fracking fruck. Anyways, any comments on that? I thought I had more. I know I have more on this. I'm gonna end up coming back to this because I didn't adequately cover this. Do they have it? Do I have it in here? I don't have it in here. Where was I looking at the freaking? Where was I looking at it? Where they freaking had the map and it was really clear. I don't know where I saw that. It must have been on YouTube. Anyways, I'm gonna move on. I'll probably come back to that because I want to talk about that more so people can understand. Boris Johnson. This is interesting. I should have did this one while Pat was still in. He had to go. He's got to work all day. This one, it says, court finds the Mormon church can conceal crimes against children because of clergy privilege. On April 7th, the Arizona Supreme Court ruled that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints can refuse to report child sex abuse if the abuser confesses to the crime in a confessional setting. So understand what this is saying, because, like, you know, I don't know as much. I know a little bit about Mormons, but I don't know about the church because I've never been to a Mormon church. Not that I know of. And I go to a lot of different churches because that's just what I do. And not just churches, the mosque, the like temples. Anyways, so understand what this is saying. Like, I know about Catholics, and you go to the Catholic and you go to the priest and you say, "Forgive me, Father, for I've sinned," you know, and then you go down your list of your sins, and then the priest, he always says, you know, you've been forgiven, you know, because it's like saying it out loud, you know, admitting or whatever, acknowledging that you did something wrong, you know, in the Bible or whatever, you know, you're supposed to be forgiven for that. So this one, it says, so in the Mormon church, so apparently you can do the same thing like you would do in the Catholic church and go and give a confession and then you get forgiven. So then it's saying that the church doesn't have to report this because that person has already done their confession, you know. So, but I think that a lot of people outside of the church and maybe even in the church will really have a problem with, you know, people not getting criminally prosecuted as a result of doing child sex abuse, you know. So that's why I wanted to kind of cover this, because it's interesting to me that, you know, this is like a loophole, escape point or whatever. And maybe that explains why in the Catholic Church specifically, why it's been so many abuses over the years and no one's been held accountable for it, you know? And whenever you don't hold people accountable for it, then they just keep doing it. So even in the Catholic religion, because if you did the same sin yesterday and you come in tomorrow and do the same sin, you're still going to get forgiven. So, you know, you just go back out and you do it again, and then you come back and you know, you ask for forgiveness again. But I don't see how that is helping or deterring, or, you know, what about the child? You know, what about the different children continually getting, you know, abused? You know, so if you hold this guy accountable, then at the very least, it's a deterrent for them to do it again or more. Maybe you can lock them up so where they can't do it again. You know what I mean? And send a message out to the rest of the people that are in the church. You can't do this stuff. We're gonna lock you up. We're gonna call the police and get them up in here. Apple Tree earlier, he said the government's out of control. Yeah, so comments on that. You there, Doc? Got any
Yeah, I'm
comments?
still here.
What do you think about this? Court finds the Mormon Church can conceal crimes against children because of clergy privilege. So the court is backing them up on this. It's like legally giving them a pass.
This is such a, you're seeing it as one specific way and stuff like that. And I'm also seeing it as it's specifically about confessional. Now, it's understandable why, other than murder, I think it is, you have to say something about, or I don't even think you have to. If they intend on, plan on, or are going to act on a crime, you have to say something. But if they confess to you one that has just happened, you can't be forced to testify in court.
And I get
So
it.
I this is one of those things where people are going to argue one way or another, but it is one of those where, yeah, you got some shitty people taking advantage of this, but it's something that,
I agree. Like the client comfort. What am I trying to say?
patient-client confidentiality.
And that's necessary, in a lot of cases, But I think that
And yes, Apple Tree, it is fucked up.
But I think that if someone committed a crime and something as heinous as
keep an eye on your comments.
Abusing children, I think they need to be held freaking accountable, bro. Like fucking there need to be some exceptions. You know what I mean? Maybe you don't tell the police what they confessed. You keep that in, but you give the police a tip and be like, hey, it might be a good idea for you guys to keep an eye on this guy right here, or maybe not even tell the police. Do it within the church. You can police people within the church and tell the church.
No, we've seen how that happens with the big one. It doesn't get policed. It gets brushed under the rug, and they end up getting a promotion to be a bishop somewhere in like Alaska or something.
Apple Tree says, same if it's that bad, then they should be held accountable. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that, I don't know how exactly you can do it to keep it true because you want people to be able to give their confessions and not have to worry about, getting in trouble for it. And then if the priest is forgiving you for it or whatever, and they're saying God is forgiving you for it, then you shouldn't feel like you're going to be persecuted for it. But at the same time, when you turn around and you continue to do the same thing again and again, I mean,
where does the line get? Yeah, where does the line get drawn if the actions continue, but because they don't violate that line? I mean, look. Okay, Sopranos was a really good example of that fine line. He couldn't talk about anything that was going on or anything about, but he could talk about the way he felt about things going on.
Yeah.
It was very, very, they would word around it. It would be inspecific. And they were actually what I call abusing that line.
So I would love to see with all these boycotts of Kohl's and Target and all that, I'd love to see some energy going in this direction related to, hey, the Catholic Church or the Mormon Church or wherever the hell. I mean, like there shouldn't be certain people that can catch it and certain people that can't, Uh, as far as in Kohl's and them putting up the the clothes
Now,
and
I'm going to say this about the businesses that have been under fire recently. Some of that stuff is really out of bounds to be put on a baby.
and I can't
But
disagree with that.
anything that's like teenage and up or kids and up, shut the fuck up. I mean, I'm sorry. We had these kids when we were growing up called emos.
Yeah.
And they wore the most god awful stuff.
Yeah.
And emo babies, you never really saw an emo baby. They were just babies.
Right.
Let them be babies.
Exactly. So, but see, I can't really argue with that. But what I'm saying is, they boycotting these people because of the clothes, and they're saying that it's attacking the children or it's indoctrinating the children or whatever.
I will not go. I will not support this. Why are they boycotting? Oh, it's bad to boycott now, when no one had that energy as Goya was taking billion-dollar hits, the My Pillow company was getting hits, and all the other ones that were getting hit by the left because, well, they won't support these rights and stuff like that. As long as cancel culture is coming from both sides, I'm not going to say one is worse than the other because it's all stupid.
It's all stupid. I can't disagree with that. But here, listen to my point here. Them saying that the clothes are attacking the children as far as indoctrinating them or whatever, leading them down a road or whatever, or exposing them to something that they don't feel they should be exposed to, But here you're talking about actual people doing child abuse. You know what I mean? Actually doing it. You know what I mean? That's way different than
Okay, dude. Look what Biden's doing. Oh, we're talking about Trump right now. Don't fall into don't commit the same thing that you were saying is a sin earlier. They are not related. They are different subjects entirely.
Well,
but yes, some energy and stuff does need to be put into this.
That's
and
my
sex
point.
trafficking and things like that.
That's my point. Where is the energy for, this thing? It's so much energy in that. And I mean, we could say that it's hurting the kids. I can go ahead and go with you on that. But this is a whole nother level of hurting the kids. Like, okay, this is physically hurting the kids. You know what I mean? So where's your energy to, boycott this kind of shit? That's my point. And let me read some comments right quick. It says, "Protect these kids. No explanation needed. Damn it." Dale Hughley posted this. Another comment, it says, "How about we also talk about school forcing Pride Month on every child who enters their school? This world is not good. There will always be bad." I don't get the point of your comment, buddy, because we're talking about people actually freaking abusing the kids, and you're talking about forcing Pride Month. I think that's a whole different freaking level, bro.
Dude, we're again, apples and oranges.
I don't know about that. We can level. You can put it on a levels. You can put it on level of harm.
Well, like I said, you're the one saying that the stuff in the clothes that relates to the stuff in the clothes. Like I said, his comment has nothing to do with it, just like the clothes don't. Do we do something about the problem going on with the kids, or do we talk about cancel culture? They're not the same.
I get you. Those are not two. Those are two different topics. Let me read this. It says, "It sounds like whoever's on the Arizona Supreme Court needs to be looked into hard. drives check out. Probably sickos protecting other kids. Another comment, it says, the Jehovah's Witnesses use the same clergy privilege to hide crimes against children. Religion's been getting away with this for way too long. For way too long. I'm sucking at reading tonight. Forgive me, y'all. Let me read this one. It says, but there's more concern about these flags. Let's see how many show up outside of these facilities or protests. That's exactly my point right there. Let me read this one. It says, yet folks want to worry about trans people when clergy and religious folks are doing the molesting and the touching of children. Make it make sense. And then are allowed to get away with it too. Where's the outrage over this? Another comment, it says,
false flag. That shit's going on too. The shit's going on too from that community. That shit's going on both ways. You can't look at one side and go, no, it ain't happening, or, oh, it's just a few bad apples, and then not say, well, they can't use that argument on the other side.
Yeah. But the argument is, where's the outrage, for these churches?
No, that's your statement on that and your take. I'm talking about the whole topic, all the rest of the statement that you were reading. Like I said, this stuff needs to be talked about. And like I said, the hard part about it is the friggin' confessional, which the confessional is the exact same thing as lawyer privilege. It is the exact same as the privilege with a psychologist or a psychiatrist. That's the problem with this situation. And like you said, when does it become, you have said these things, you've confessed them in well, didn't you confess this last week? Didn't you confess this last week? Didn't you confess this last week? At what point do you finally have to sit there and go, dude, you should have freaking said something.
But
and
that's
stop
not
letting them hide behind that confessional wall.
Yeah, but that's not the place of the priest. His job is to forgive them of their sins, and that's what they're going to him for, So that's tough. It's really, really tough.
Exactly, like I said, that's as a minister, I've heard some horrific friggin' things, man.
People tell me stuff all the time, and the reason why they tell me stuff is because they know I'm not going to share. So, let me read this one. It says, truly amazing what people can get used to as long as there are few compensations. This is Margaret Atwood. That's the author for what's the one freaking the chicks and what I be talking about all the time. Gosh, why can't I think of it? She's the author.
You're sitting there going, and every time you do that, it restarts my brain from trying to say Handmaid's Tale.
Handmaid's Tale. Gosh, thank you so much. Because that was hurting me.
Every time you did, I was trying to say it, and it wouldn't come into my mouth. And every time you said, the word went back to the back of my tongue to try to come. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you
it's
mean.
Like, I knew it, but I couldn't get it out because you're like.
I think I was doing the same thing to myself. So this truly amazing what people can get
I watched the series, which was actually pretty good.
Yeah, I watched it. I loved it. Loved it. Yeah, I mean, it got a little crazy after the second season. She just
published recently a follow-up book to it. It's not that good, but she did.
So, this quote, let's talk about this quote for a second. It says, truly amazing what people can get used to as long as there are a few compensations. So I think this sums up the state of the affair of people in our society. One thing about humans is we adapt.
Brave New World.
Brave New World. we adapt. That's our superpower, really. That's one.
Everybody works. They do what they're told or what their level is capable of, and what their section. And when you're done, you get your dose of soma. So
Mm-hmm.
then you're happy, or your dose of alcohol or TV or MMA or whatever your particular vice is to entertain you.
Mm-hmm.
But way back in the day, they used to call it the arena.
Mm-hmm. And you don't even have to go as far as that. It just the dopamine that you get from like when you're online and getting a like for your picture or something, or maybe even just like the little laugh that you get from the reels that you're scrolling past.
Not to mention that we don't have doctors anymore. We've got dealers.
Yeah. So it's truly amazing what people can.
If you're not sure what's wrong with you, just watch TV and you'll see 8 different drugs for 9 different things, but all of them strangely have at least 3/4 of the symptoms that you feel every day, which is just called being fucking bummed out.
Or just being human, like just living, being alive, because some of them symptoms are just not really a symptom. It's just something that's happening.
It says if you breathe, you may have that. I breathe. Oh my God.
Exactly. Restless leg syndrome. We got something for that.
And if you look it up, and if you go to WebMD, it's cancer.
Oh my God, that is so true, because I be looking shit up all the time, and then I always land on cancer. Oh, I got cancer, I'm gonna die. Let me read this one. It says, truly amazing what people can get used to as long as there are a few compensations. So it's us trying to realize, that, in our society, we're suffering in a lot of ways, and we're not even aware of it. Like, they keep pushing the edge. Like, we talk about the PSYOP, and I was, what did I say at the beginning? PSYOP 2 was the all these boycotts and the cancel culture and shit. So it's like we get used to stuff that should be uncomfortable, and it's crazy, but then they give you a little trinket. They give you a piece of candy or something, they give you, what a lot of people's trinkets are is that SUV, that Lex, that BMW that they drive, or they,
Which side do you see comments on? That side?
Right now I can't see any because I'm on the thing.
But,
okay, let me catch up.
Do you look that way? No, you look that way.
It's my right is where I see them.
Okay, so I point that way then.
The other way.
Okay, okay, so I've been trying to go comments.
I wasn't looking.
You bit.
I couldn't even see your screen. I was on the Instagram feed. All right, let's read some comments. Thanks for being here, Apple Tree, by the way. Let's see. Where did I stop at? Yeah, this one. He says, I like the kids when they think they're the opposite gender. It's like the kids when they think they're the opposite gender. This one he says, or anyone. He says, doctors are the same effed up as cops. Man. He says, exactly, just be human. And this one he says, doctors just always push meds on you saying you have depression, but it's not really. It's your human and it's your cat. Dog friend just died or something. Yeah. And that's what Doc just said, man. They're drug pushers now. And earlier I was reading an article about sensory deprivation, and we were talking about having what was it called? It was the hydraulic type of deprivation unit. I done lost it now, and I'm getting kind of tired. But you get into a tank, and they take away the sounds and the light, and you basically just float and you relax, and it helps you with a lot of ailments that you have. And as I was reading the article, I was saying that it seems like they're trying to be careful about it, to not say that you can use this instead of all these damn pharmaceutical drugs. And they're like, you can use this with the pharmaceutical drugs and then it'll probably work or whatever. But then it's like, what if you could just do something like that and it can actually heal you for a lot of the ailments that you have? Like, and I didn't mention this, but I was thinking about this when I was talking about it. It's kind of separate, but the oxygen tank thing, you know, and I mentioned this before in the bar. I mean, in the show, but we used to have these oxygen bars here in Houston. They were all over the place. It got popular. It was trendy, and you could get your flavor or whatever. You go there, you sit down, and they, you know, you pick a flavor, and you know, you're just breathing in oxygen, and it makes you feel kind of like lightheaded or whatever. It kind of gives you a buzz a bit.
It was a higher oxygen mix, so you did get a little buzz from being hyperoxygenated.
So, and they said that they got rid of it because they needed to have like a damn doctor or anesthesiologist, somebody with a PhD who could administer this, and that's what ended up shutting down all of the bars. But I was thinking about that, and I was thinking about how many benefits the oxygen has on you. And you look at the cancer cells and you look at the sickness, a lot of it has to do with not getting oxygen. And like you have these people who you can pay to get into the oxygen tank, and they'll just kind of like they like press oxygen into your whole body and into your cells or whatever, and it's a healing thing, you know. And I think that it works really, and I think that that's the reason why the oxygen bars went away, is because, you know, they were going to be healing people and keeping them from going to the damn doctor. I really do think that. Like, how come, you know, we have these vapes, and a lot of the vapes are messing people up? I don't want to say that they're not, but they're also really good at quitting smoking, especially the ones that don't have no nicotine and nothing in them, and, you know, have a little flavor or whatever, like, you know, and it's just fun or whatever. You do it instead of smoking, and it takes away your you know, drive to want to smoke. And a lot of people went down the road of quitting smoking using the vapes. It was a really good thing. Now, why don't they have vapes with just like oxygen? Why don't they just do that? It was something I was thinking about. I was like, you could do oxygen vapes. Why not? You know? And I think that the reason why not is because it's not going to send you to the doctor. It's not going to make you unhealthy. You know, they push the cigarettes, they push the tobacco, the alcohol, you know, on us. And then they give us the pharmaceutical drugs, and all of this stuff is messing up our body. Something as simple as oxygen, I would pay for that. If they give me an oxygen vape, I would totally buy that. Can somebody make that and put it on the market right now, please? You know, and I think that it will make people feel better, it will make them healthier, and it will be a good habit. Apple Tree says, but it's just as bad as smoking. Yeah, talking about the vape, it's just as bad as smoking, and in some cases worse. But it's because of the oils that they use to make the you know. But they don't have to make them that way. The damn tobacco companies got their hand all in that shit, so they want to drive you right back to smoking cigarettes. Or even if you're just vaping, you're still getting the nicotine, and you have to keep replacing those cartridges. So they win regardless. But, you know, vaping don't have to be worse than smoking, you know, if the way the stuff is produced, you know. Anyways, it's done like that for a reason. The vapes are bad.
All you really need is a little glycol and flavoring. I mean, I was actually looking into it and everything. I
you know,
mean,
and a lot
it's
of people
basically food grade sugar water and flavoring.
And that's what I was about to say, is that a lot of people were making their own oils. And when I was vaping heavy back in the day,
That's the problem. Yeah.
But you could
the
do
early
good.
ones that had the wicks in the you know, you had the little things that you refilled
And those would burn up. Yeah.
And well, the wicks, because people wouldn't clean them, and especially in climates like here in Houston where it's very, very moist, they would start to get mold on them.
Yeah, and then if you
That
smoke
mold
those
would
without the
start
oil,
it would start getting, you know,
you would burn it, and that's really bad for you.
And
But
there are people that had some serious problems. up to and including lung transplant necessities because of hitting those vapes and getting that.
Yeah, but they took that
mold
away.
in them.
Like most of the vapes now are the cartridges. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
there's a sugar based and an oil based glycerin base, and then oil, and then your oil or whatever flavor, and you
but
mix the two of them with however much nicotine you're doing if you're doing it by hand.
yeah, so but like I say, they changed the vapes though because people could just fill them with probably a lot better stuff. You know what I mean? Healthier ways.
Well, that's
And
just it.
so
They weren't. They were filling it with crap,
yeah, but
and they were high, and they were putting way too much nicotine in it.
yeah, well, these damn vapes that they have really high nicotine contents. I can't even smoke them. I smoke cigarettes. I'm smoking a cigarette right now, but I
Yeah, I
can't smoke.
originally used them to stop smoking for 3 years, but
They
now I
put
just
they
roll my own
changed.
cigarettes, and I went from $225 a month to $40 a month.
Yeah, I roll cigarettes. That's what I be doing. So, but they changed it to those damn cartridges, for a reason. And like I say, those high ass nicotine contents in those cartridges suck. I was puffing on them damn things and it was making me dizzy as hell, making me fucking sick. And it was
Really,
way worse. It's like smoking 2 packs of damn cigarettes because of how much nicotine they put into them freaking
I
things.
used to use the blue cigarette, the blue one, and when it got bought out by the company, not only did they lose the flavor, the company that used to do their flavor don't work with them anymore, but they switched all of it to the highest amount of nicotine instead of having three different levels, because there was like a 0, a 6, and a 1.6, and now they're all 2s,
Yeah.
which is
So
light to everybody else, but a 2, I take 2 or 3 puffs off of it and I'm wanting to throw up.
I'm telling you, man, it's like smoking
I
two packs of cigarettes. Apple Tree he said that would be they could do air vapes. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. And it would work and people would use it and it would be like good for you. You would just be breathing. He put that would be cool. Let's move on to this one right here. I'm gonna rapid fire some of these because I gotta get out of here. This one, it says Texas Medical Board accused Houston doctors Bowden of law violations. I don't know if you heard about this one, but this is pretty interesting topic right here. It says the Texas Medical Board has filed a formal complaint against Dr. Mary Taylor Bowden, a Houston ear, nose, and throat specialist, accusing her of violating the standard of care and acting unprofessionally in 2021 when she prescribed medication to a hospitalized COVID-19 patient in Fort Worth whom she had never examined, according to court documents. This complaint also alleges multiple violations of the Texas Medical Practice Act and board rules, including publicly sharing patient information on social media, which is a violation of HIPAA. Bowden denies wrongdoing and has not previously been disciplined by the board, which she accuses of procedural and due process violations. So this is interesting because they went at her for going against, the narrative related to COVID-19 and the shots, okay, and things, and it's coming down on her now.
like I said, okay. Yeah.
Let's read some more. Who is Dr. Mary Taylor Bowden? Bowden is a Houston ear, nose, and throat specialist accused known for outspoken stance on COVID-19 treatment, including public statements in favor of using ivermectin to treat COVID, and at one point declaring that she would not treat vaccinated patients, the complaint said. What is the complaint about? Much of the complaint centers around Bowden prescribing ivermectin to a hospitalized COVID-19 patient and claims she did so without personally examining him or reviewing his medical records. What is the complaint about? The complaint cites violations including failure to practice medicine in a professional manner, that protects public welfare, voluntarily giving up privileges at Houston Methodist while they were investigating her for unethical conduct and violations of HIPAA by sharing patient information on social media from her attorney. Bowden's attorney, Stephen Midby, argued that the medical board is targeting the doctor because of her views on COVID treatments, including her prescription of ivermectin. The board has previously said that off-label prescriptions of ivermectin for COVID-19 is permissible. Bowden denies wrongdoing. What's next? The case will be handled by the administrative law judge who could recommend dismissal or disciplinary action. The hearing is set for April 29, 2024. The medical board will weigh the judge's findings and decide whether to issue sanctions, which could include revoking or suspending her medical license. Right here it says, I'm kind of excited to have this case go forward because then the public will get to see what's going on. And really, we can expose the Texas Medical Board and the politicized witch hunt. Dr. Mary Talley Bowden, Houston ear, nose, and throat specialist. This lady could have a future in politics. What do you think, Doc, this story right here?
Wanting to see it play out. Because, remember, we've got several of our doctors here in Houston that have been censured on the national stage because they recommended alternative treatments for the beer virus.
Right.
And this is another one of them. The other lady, the one that went up and gave the speech, she's nuts. She's talking about how demons get you sick by transferring during sex and stuff like that and weirdness. But so
Yeah,
I understand what she was easy to pull the rug out of. This lady's got a little more credibility.
Yeah, and they are persecuting people who don't go against the narrative or anybody who wants to freaking. Let me read the comments. He says she won't get held accountable if she did it. She won't get held accountable if she did it. And he says, even if she does, it will just be a slap on the wrist. I think it's politics as far as they want to make this big to send a message to others. Kind of like what we was talking about related to the SWAT team coming in on those guys. This is kind of like the same thing, This is a message to everyone else out there, all the other doctors.
The only thing that bothers me in the words that were said was that she never communicated with the patient herself.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That is the part that I've got I need to know more information on.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie.
That's true.
That don't sound good.
I need to leave that to the lawyers.
Yeah, because I think you should do an examination of someone, but maybe it was because maybe it was during COVID.
We've got internet doctors and phone doctors.
That's what I was about to say. It was during COVID, and everything went on to Teams, and so maybe that's what it was. She did like one of those kind of ones because I did. My daughter, I want to say during COVID, we went to the doctor and we did one of those where the doctor wasn't in the room at all, and it was a camera in there, and he did the examination through the camera. So maybe it was a situation like that. And if that was the case, then they
heck, you can get rock hard medication online with just a couple of check marks and filling out a form. It's literally just a questionnaire. Not that I know anything about stuff like that. It's just one of those things where I'm investigating how easy it is to get various pharmaceuticals online without ever actually having to talk to people. It's surprisingly easy, by the way.
Let's cover this right quick. It says trans students should be treated with dignity, not outed by their schools. It says this year, dozens of proposed bills will require schools to out trans students against their will, regardless of the consequences that they could face at home. These bills endanger trans students who have a right to be treated with dignity and respect. People, children, and adults have constitutional right not to have intimate personal facts disclosed without their consent. This includes their sexual orientation or gender identity. Children do not give up this constitutional right by enrolling in public schools. Students also have rights under federal law not to have certain personal information revealed without their consent. In direct violation of these laws, these forced outing bills are designed to reveal private information about trans students with or without their consent. Most parents hope their children will come to the to them first when coming out as queer or trans, but not every child has that option. Trans youth face the real risk of rejection by trans people are much more likely to be abused by their immediate family. This high risk of abuse and family rejection means trans youth are overrepresented in foster care homes, juvenile detention centers, and homeless shelters. For trans youth, especially those who can't feel safe at home, school can be one of the few places where they can be themselves. Trans youth themselves report living as their true selves transform their lives for the better. This includes attending a school with a supportive environment that honors their true identity. Parents have a fundamental right to raise their child and make important choices, like whether to homeschool or enroll in public school. We have and will continue to fight for these parental rights. None of these fundamental parental rights are protected by legislation that forces schools to out LGBT children. Parents do not have a constitutional right to be told whether their child uses a different name or pronoun, and lawmakers know this. Many of these bills circumvent this by requiring schools to notify parents if someone at school thinks a student might be trans. This enlists teachers and peers to invade students' privacy and foster a more hostile learning environment. Parents do not have a constitutional right to be told whether their child uses a different name or pronoun, and lawmakers know this. Many of the bills, what, they replace that one? Parents don't have a, oh, why does it keep doing that? Okay, so I gotta agree with this. You know what I'm saying? That's what I want to say. To be clear, um, they are passing a bunch of laws where they can do like freaking inspections to be like, I think that's a total invasion of privacy, man. And then if that's sexual abuse right there, to be like make them strip down or something. I don't know how exactly they do that or whatever, but I saw some stuff about them passing laws related to that in schools to identify if somebody is, one gender or another, you know, like
I haven't heard of that.
because it's related to
That sounds about as that sounds about as real as everyone knows someone whose kid has a litter box in the classroom.
well, it says
This is another one that's in that weird situation of parental rights and mental health privacy.
well, they're calling them
At,
forced
at this, at,
outing bills. So that would take to mean to
Now,
me.
see, where they're talking about, like you're saying, start investigating and stuff like that, actually spying on them to see what's going on and stuff like that, that's too far. Matter of fact, this whole, stand by me, lean on me, whatever, emotional, I love my teacher, the one that changes the life of everybody. There are teachers like that, but most of them need to shut the up, stay out of the kid's life, stay out of the parent's life, unless there's obvious signs of abuse, and teach them.
Right. And that should be the focus and not, what their gender identity is. Like whether you agree with it or not, like that's not your job. Your job here is to teach these kids like that's personal issue that they're going through, and then you're going to get in between them and their parents or whatever, or out them to their parents, because maybe their parents don't know, and then their parents might be religious, and then their parents are going to treat them differently now because of some information that you shared with them, related to them, how they are at school. If it's
See,
not affecting the
I got my
schoolwork or them
doc
learning.
nickname. I got my doc nickname in ninth grade. I had 2 teachers call me Doc over the course of it. One of them, strangely, was a psychology teacher, and the other was a math teacher. And they called me by that because they asked me where the name came from. I told them the story, and they're like, "That's cool." And they're like, "Okay," and they let me use it because of the story. So you know, if you want to use a nickname, fine. If you want to say, Veronica is Ronnie, you want to use Ronnie, fine. If Veronica wants to be James, fine. Will it shut you up long enough that I can call roll and get the class finished? Will you stop allowing this bullshit to distract from the learning environment? It's not part of the learning environment. It detracts from it.
Let me read this one. Apple Tree says, "Don't care if you're trans, but kids don't get what happens to your body with all the meds. Your body is not supposed to have the opposite gender hormones. It messes you up." And he says, "It's crazy. They should not be allowed. Your mental health is not really private at Peasley when offices are
For sure.
affiliated with each other. They just share your info." I think your mental health should be private unless you're causing some kind of disruptions. You know what
I
I mean?
think that the counselors should all be certified, and I think the counselors should all be given the child professional confidentiality that a psychologist would.
Right. That's being professional.
I mean, all schools should do that. It shouldn't just be the guy that just didn't want to teach social studies that year as the guidance counselor this year, or a girl, or whatever. I mean, it should be someone who is a certified professional with working with kids, or at least has the college training to be a counselor for kids.
Yeah. So, like what he's saying right here, the kid might not be ready to tell the parents. They might not be ready. And if you jump in there, and this is what they talk about with the mental health related to, kids that are going through this. They may commit suicide. They may run away. They might
That's
end up in
exactly why you need the counselor there, because you can't have every teacher trained to do this. It's not practical. It's not realistic. That's another entire 4 to 6 year degree on top of the teaching degree and all that already.
And
But
a lot.
the counselors there, they need to identify, yes, this kid, they're afraid. Why are you afraid? That's what they should be there for.
Right.
See, when they're talking about gender affirming care in schools, that doesn't bother me, because you're trying to work with it. Hey, maybe it isn't even this, but maybe it's gay, maybe it's peer pressure, maybe it's but a lot of the stuff going on, they're also, from the other side of this, they're trying to say you can't try to give them alternatives. You can't try to talk them. You can't try to explore it. You just have to recognize it as they have chosen this, and that's what's going on. But either way, that's why I say we need actual mental professionals in the guidance office nowadays.
Yes,
They need
definitely.
to stop talking about the students in the coffee room.
Yes. So, and the part about being homeless, a lot of these kids are homeless, and they don't have to be trans kids. They could just be gay, or
Homeless? What? I don't. You lost me on that.
because they can't go home
from the. Okay.
Because they can't
No.
go to their parents. So if the school
No.
out
Okay.
them,
You're saying they're homeless. They're saying that they can get sent to.
Yeah, but I'm saying I know this for a fact, and I've seen it. I've experienced it, where the parents reject these kids, and like I say, they don't have to be even go as far as to be trans and taking trans drugs and all of this. They could just be gay, and then now they can't go home and they're homeless, and that's a real thing that's happening. He says, but they're just allowed to see your records, even if it's not their place to look at it, and they have nothing to do with it. They just say it to help the doctors just F you up even more. He says, the mental professionals are messed up themselves. They share your info too and talk crap about people. Yeah. Yeah, man. That ain't right. No matter how you feel about the topic or the subject or whatever, LGBTQ, you got to agree with that. That's not cool. I had a lot of stuff on freaking Ukraine today that I was going to cover. Let's do this one. It says the conservative Supreme Court might have paved the way for Dems to take the House. The Supreme Court's shocking decision this week that Alabama's Republican-controlled legislature likely illegally diluted the power of black voters in the state could cause a domino effect on other states in South and help Dems widen their path back to the White House majority in 2024. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm tired. My reading is not. It says in Louisiana, Democrats and civil rights groups have made similar requests for a second primarily black district. SCOTUS had put that case on ice until decision in Alabama case was reached. The state has one majority black district out of 6, despite the state's population being approximately a third black. In Georgia, Dems are suing to expand the number of districts where black voters will make up a greater share of voters. A lower court judge indicated that their challenge held a strong likelihood to succeed, even while allowing the current maps to go into effect for 2022 midterms. In Texas, the DOJ sued in 2021, alleging that the GOP drawn map, and particularly West Texas seat now held by GOP Representative Tony Gonzalez, was drawn to weaken the voting powers of Latinos. In South Carolina, SCOTUS is already set to hear a case this fall on the legality of the state's congressional map after the lower court ruled Representative Nancy Mace RSC seat was an impermissible racial gerrymander. However, the challenges they are arguing, the district is in violation of the Equal Protection Clause, not the Voting Rights Act. By declining to further weaken the Voting Rights Act, the Supreme Court opened the door for Dems to make another claim of racial gerrymandering across the South. These states may be forced to add new districts where Black and Latino voters will hold greater power and could help deliver the House back to Dems, particularly if the party also performs strongly in the 2024 elections. So this is really interesting. Is this the one that had the map? Where the hell is the map on this? This could be a thing that really has an impact on the elections coming. So if they make them redraw this stuff, but maybe it's too late because the election season is coming around the corner. But it will definitely impact elections after that. Because so if the Supreme Court already handed down the results on the Alabama one, and like I said earlier, it's really interesting that you have conservative majority in the Supreme Court, 6-3, and they still kicked that out and said that it was not right what they were doing and it was racially motivated. And so then that's going to affect all of these other cases. So, since that case went that way, then a lot of these other ones will probably follow suit because that's pretty much how it usually works when the Supreme Court hands down a decision, all of the other cases that fall in that same category just go that same way because they'll be like, we already have the precedent for it. So they're saying that the Dems might have an advantage in future elections as a result of this. I had a damn article on this. I'm tired, y'all. I think I gotta wrap it. I don't see what I'm looking for. It might have been in Twitter. I looked for it a minute ago, though. Is this it? California may punt of paying reparations. Oh, I did kind of want to do that, but that's probably going to take time. Talked about homelessness. Oh yeah, that guy who we talked about Paxton and him getting impeached. And so there's the guy, it says a Texas businessman at the center of the scandal that led to the historic impeachment of state Attorney General Ken Paxton was charged Friday with making false statements to mortgage lenders to obtain $172 million in loans. So it's the guy who what did he do? He was the one with the money. What was it? Oh, I don't want to say it wrong. A specific incident that is part of what got Kim Paxton in trouble. This guy was involved in it, and now he is facing charges. So this is a retaliation, and not saying that this guy is peachy or whatever. He's not a criminal or whatever. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that because they got this heat came on Kim Paxton, I'm sure they came after this dude, guns blazing. It's like, bro, you finna get it. Let's see. Did they explain it in this? Let's see. Austin, Texas. A Texas businessman at the center of the scandal. What is this? Businessman at the center of the scandal that led to the historic impeachment of State Attorney General Ken Paxton was charged Friday with making false statements to the mortgage lenders to obtain $172 million in loans. The federal indictment of real estate developer Nate Paul is the result of a year-long FBI investigation probe Paxton involved his office in, setting off a chain of events that led to the separate federal probe of the Attorney General and his impeachment and suspension from office last month. So are they saying that Paxton is the one that started this investigation and then it led back to him? Wow, bro, you got to handle your business better than that. Paul was charged with 8 counts of making false statements while seeking loans from mortgage lenders in the U.S. and Ireland. There was no mention of Paxton or the Attorney General's office during the hearing. What was it? Because he was the one who did the one who gave the money to Paxton or something. That's what I'm trying to get to. Left it shackled. I'm not guilty. Da 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 da. That's it. Damn it. The information was like he was a specific guy who gave money to Paxton or something like that. I don't want to say it wrong. And was one of the cases that they have against Paxton was as a result of his interaction with this guy. And now this guy's in big, big trouble himself. Let me see. The gun thing, I kind of wanted to talk about that, but I'm definitely going to save that for tomorrow because that's long. They said Chris Christie and Pence have no chance to be president. I wanted to do some of that. What, did you send me the article or something related to that? I kind of wanted to cover Boris Johnson. So that's gonna take a while too. So I'm gonna do that one tomorrow.
It kind of reminds me of Nick Nolte.
Yeah, I know. That's what I always say when I see him too. This one, it says, "Thanks, U.S. taxpayers. We really appreciate it. This is no longer the U.S. Capitol building. It's the new Ukrainian National Bank." Talking about Washington, D.C. Because this, I mentioned this earlier. It said, U.S. sends another $2.1 billion in weapons to Ukraine. And what date was it? June 9th. It says, am I sharing this? Biden administration announces additional security assistance for Ukraine, June 9th. Today, the Department of Defense announced a new security assistance package, underscoring the unwavering U.S. support for Ukraine. This package, which totals up to $2.1 billion and includes critical air defense, ammunition capabilities, is being provided under the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative. Yep. We were just talking about the ceiling, the debt ceiling. And right after they passed the debt ceiling, and more money to Ukraine. And I do want to cover this one. I'm definitely going to cover this one tomorrow, because this is exactly what we were talking about. See, this is says Stanford wants to govern how we get information in order to save democracy. Naturally, they're calling their new censorship initiative Project Liberty. Now, is this a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know. But him saying govern how we get our information. But we already are governed. Stanford joins international initiative to strengthen democracy and foster responsible technology. Through Project Liberty's Institute, Stanford will collaborate with Georgetown and Science Po to shape the technical, ethical, and governance infrastructure of emerging technologies and the next generation internet. So those are big words, and that's really kind of scary, but I'm going to come back to that because I want to cover that thoroughly, and I'm about to wrap it. Boris Johnson, we're going to cover that tomorrow for sure. This one, it says, Russian official says Ukraine was ready to sign peace deal early in war, but gave up due to U.S. pressure. Dun, dun, dun. False flag event. Oh, we got to cover this for a second. Are you there, Doc? I want to cover this, and this will be our last one.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Check it out. The United States Institute of Peace, a think tank funded by the United States government, says that the eradication of poppy cultivation in Afghanistan, which fuels the majority of the world's heroin, is bad, actually. So the videos have been going around, and I saw them, where the Taliban was destroying poppy fields. I don't know if I played some of that in yesterday's show. But the Taliban is going out there and is cutting down these poppy fields, bro. Because they're not with that. So, and then a lot of people were like, wait.
They just spent years financing their stuff with that. But but then again, on the other side of it, the CIA has been using that to fund all kinds of stuff for 50, 60 years. The drug companies have their pieces of it and stuff like that because they have to get their opiates base from somewhere.
Exactly.
And if you remember, it was all a protected no-fly, no-fire zone during the whole time we were over there.
Yep. So, and when we went over there,
when we were after Bin Laden all that time, they're all, oh, we can't find him. You mean you can't find a 6'4" friggin' Arab guy on dialysis with a goat in all of Afghanistan?
Come on, man.
I mean, you want to find him? I'll tell you what you do. You take 5 fighters. All of them have an old small yield napalm drop on them. You fly one to the middle of the poppy fields. You drop one. You tell them you have 4 hours or we're going to drop the other 4. Man, he would have been dropped off at the American embassy, tied up by his own people.
Yeah, so the argument is that the Taliban was, they were benefiting from the poppy fields, and that's how that they were financing, the
They were.
Taliban. So, but look,
So
when NATO went over there, then that's when right after that you had the surge in freaking drugs entering the United States. You had all of that shit blow the hell up when we were over there, and they were saying they were on the war against drugs and all of this and all of that, and that's not what was happening. The opposite was happening. And then, so now, like I said, I saw the videos of the Taliban destroying these fields out there, and they are successfully doing what the NATO and the United States was supposedly trying to do for the past, I don't know, 10 freaking 20 years or longer than that. And it's just crazy how ironic, because this story is saying the opposite. Like, let me see. I saw a lot of really cool freaking stuff related to this. Let me see. Do they have some? Yeah, let me read some tweet replies before I go into this little article. And this is our last story. Because I love reading the tweet replies. All right. First one, it says the United States spent $8.82 billion over the course of 2 decades trying to do exactly what the Taliban has just done. That number is from the United States government itself. $8.82 billion. And all they did was go out there with some freaking sickles and just chop them down. Another comment, it says, good to see heroin production down. Another one, it says, CIA airline Air America brought heroin direct from the Golden Triangle to U.S. troops in Vietnam. The Politics of Heroin in Southeast Asia, book by Alfred W. McCoy and Kathleen B. Reed. Another comment.
South America is about to become really, really important again.
Yep, I hear you, because they're gonna need another growing area.
Well, no, that's the best place that we have, other than over there. Some of the South American countries have the best soil for it.
Yeah, so they're gonna grow, and they're gonna need it because there's a huge demand. And like you said, it's the main ingredient in a lot of the opiates and a lot of the over-the-counter.
Coffee, kidnapping, and avocados only go so far.
Yeah, so in our pharmaceutical company, the big pharma needs that so they can give these pills to y'all. Let me read another comment. It says the
We may
same.
even make friends with Venezuela again over that.
Somebody else said that too. Let me read this one. It says the same as eradicating narco traffic completely is bad. That's a really good comment. He says the same as eradicating narco traffic completely is bad. They don't really want to do that. They totally could, but they don't.
You don't. Sorry.
Let me read a couple more comments. It says those names the CIA comes up with for their covers organizations are comedy gold. Another comment, it says, the farmers have land. Why can't they just produce food for themselves? Surely that's a better option. Modern permaculture only requires labor and knowledge and is environmentally positive, surely. Yeah, I'm sure that's what they're going to use those same fields for, is growing food. Let me read this one. It says, whole reason we were there in the first place, maybe. Opium output tripled there after we arrived to protect the fields and fuel the opiate crisis back home. That's what I was saying a minute ago, but this person said it a lot more succulently. Another comment, it says, the Afghanistan war was a heroin war. Opium production in Afghanistan grew under 20 years of U.S. occupation. The CIA makes $60 billion in heroin distribution worldwide to fund black ops. The Bush-Cheney dynasties are part of the Wall Street drug cartel. The linchpin is HSBC. Another comment, growing opium, wholesome and productive for integration into global economy, exporting pharmaceuticals at reasonable prices, sanction China for fentanyl. Something tells me this US IP writers themselves are hooked on heroin. Because he's making comments on this, what was it? It says, can Blinken's Beijing visit help build bilateral trust? U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken planned to visit Beijing next week. Is unlikely to see breakthroughs. I don't know how that's related. Couple more. It says, it comes from the U.S. government. You can bet it's the shittiest take. Another one. Well, they report on men raping young boys. Obama supported the raping of young boys and punished service members who tried to stop it. Taliban are against the raping of young boys. Another comment, banning the cultivation of drugs is bad. Possibly the stupidest thing I've read all day so far. What? Banning the cultivation of drugs is bad. Okay, yeah. Okay, I get it. Because my brain is twisted because that's what the headline is saying on this. Another one, it says, hey, maybe we can invade the country again and this time produce fentanyl. This will be a two-fer, you see. We can make billions off the poor and at the same time reduce China's import of the drug to the USA. These people are smart right here. Let me go back to this article and get hit a little bit. Wait, let me get the comments. Apple Tree said, but they're just allowed to see your records. Did I read that? The mental professionals are messed up. I think I said that one. It says, you guys have a good night. Shelters are bad too. Good night, Apple Tree. He's probably gone already. Let me read this one. Let me go to this one last thing, and we're going to read a little bit more about this poppy thing. I got videos of them chopping it down. Oh, shit. And I have to go to sleep because I have to get up. Really quickly. The Taliban's successful opium ban is bad for Afghans and the world. So, United States Institute of Peace, is this the article? This is what they're saying. The ban is not a counter-narcotics victory and will have negative economic and humanitarian consequences, potentially leading to a refugee crisis. Are you serious? This is Thursday, June 8, 2023, by William Bird, PhD, publication type, analyst, and commentary. Are you serious? Are you serious? United States Institute of Peace, making peace possible. That's what this is.
Well, you have to understand, they are literally destroying a large chunk of the economy for that area. People's jobs and work and stuff like that. I mean, I do understand where he's coming from with that in the area. That's like all of a sudden you can't produce oranges in Florida anymore. It's
but
a chunk of the economy, of course, is going to move over to something else, but a lot of it is not going to be able to. And considering we basically have been bombing that country and that region of the world to the Stone Age for the last 60, 80 years, between all the stuff that other countries have brought down into it, not to mention their own. They're saying, the 40% that is going to flip over into something else, but the other 60%, they're going to have to go somewhere looking for work.
Well, like they really care about that. And these are not oranges. These are drugs, and it's killing people. It's like the biggest.
I'm not saying it like that. I'm using a product to say the economy based on that.
I get it.
Come on.
I get it, but you got they are saying that this is double speak or double, like they are saying the opposite of what they've been saying for the longest. Like they're war on drugs and You know, it's people dying over here from opiate overdoses like crazy. It's an epidemic across the states of people dying, and they were trying to
Hey, do
push
you think it's
against.
going to get better when they start dying from withdrawals? Guess what they're going to have to do? They're going to have to go to something different, like maybe fentanyl.
Well, I mean, we got to go down that road. You know, we got to go down that road, right? We got to get them off of it. We have to. So that has to happen. So, you know, and that's what they say that they were trying to do, war against drugs and fighting against this stuff. And but now they're saying it's a bad thing that they are. Let me read some more. It says the Taliban have done it again, implementing a nearly complete ban against cultivation of opium poppy, Afghanistan's most important agricultural product, repeating their similarly success 2000-2001 prohibition of the crop. But the temptation to view the current ban in an overly positive light as an important global counter narcotics victory must be avoided. Come on, get all the way up out of here, bro. It says this is particularly true given the state of Afghanistan's economy and the country's humanitarian situation. Like they care about Afghanistan's economy and the humanitarian situation over there, really. It says, indeed, the ban imposes huge economic and humanitarian costs on Afghans and is likely to further stimulate an outflow of refugees. It may even result in internal challenges for the Taliban itself, and in the long run, it will not have lasting counter-narcotic benefits with Afghanistan or globally. How can you say that for sure, buddy?
Same way you can say anything you say about subject for sure, except maybe he might have a little more info. And yeah, I can also see where it can cause some internal struggles with the Taliban.
Maybe.
It all depends. It all depends on what is going on, which we don't really know for sure. You know, are they? It's there's near total ban, which doesn't mean a complete ban, which means they may be keeping some for sales to the infidel. They may be having a problem with it being used in their own country, and because of that, they're getting it wiped out because Shia Allah, they're just going to remove it from temptation.
Yeah, I
which
just
is
can't.
exactly what you do if you have a problem with a substance from outside. You remove it from inside.
Yeah, I just can't see how anyone can say that this is a bad thing, really, overall. Let me read some more.
Because it's going to cause medicine prices and stuff like that of opiate-based things to go up significantly.
Them shits need to go up. Them shits need to go out of business. Let me read some more. It says, phasing
No,
out.
they're not going to go out of business, but they're going to make more because of this.
Well, eventually they're gonna have problems with inventory. Let me read some more. It says, phasing out Afghanistan's problematic drug economy will be essentially over the long term, not least to contain widespread addiction within the country. But this ban, lacking any development strategy, and especially at a time when the economy is so weak that displaced opium poppy farmers and workers have no viable alternative sources of income, it's not the right way to start on that path. So much bullshit, bro. They can grow, you said oranges, they could grow some damn oranges or something. Like they could grow something else. They could grow a crop that they can eat. Let me read this. It says the Taliban highly successful opium ban. Satellite imagery analyzed by ALSIS and associated research by David Mansfield, an independent researcher who has conducted extensive field work and analysis on Afghanistan's opium sector and rural economy for more than a quarter century, show that the Taliban opium ban announced on April 2022 has been remarkably successful in sharply reducing opium poppy cultivation. In Himland, by far Afghanistan's largest opium producing province, the area of poppy cultivation was cut from 129,000 hectares in 2022 to 740 hectares as of April 2023. The reduction in Nangarhar, another long-standing opium-producing province, is also impressive. Only 865 hectares this year compared to over 7,000 in 2022. This is a pattern more broadly in South and Southwest Afghanistan. Reductions in other provinces such as Pakistan will be more limited, but these areas produce much less opium in the first place. Though the full picture is not yet clear, Afghanistan may approach the 90% reduction in cultivation achieved during the Taliban's previous opium ban, 2001. This is undeniably achievement, particularly given the much larger size of opium economy this time around, an estimated 233,000 hectares in 2022 versus some 82,000 hectares in 2000. How was the ban implemented so successfully? There was also major efforts in 2002 to crack down on Ephrata.
Okay,
Major
going by
ingredient.
size and stuff like that, it looks to me like they cut it down to exactly what I was talking about. Enough to reasonably make money to sell to the West and other places to make income for them and to open up a whole lot of area for other growth. I mean, like I say, I don't know about the farmers and all that stuff and things like that, but doing the math on the area that they cut it down, basically they cut it down from supplying the entire world, all of it, to what would be the amount of the legal amount that they need for trade and stuff like that, not the extra stuff that falls off of planes and boats all over the world.
Yeah, I'm kind of skimming through the article. I I think what they're saying is this is gonna hurt the U.S. They
Well,
keep saying
everything
Afghanistan.
everything that they're saying is statistically true, but not near as bad. It definitely leans toward the message of, well, gentlemen, get ready because your trophy wives and suburban wives and stuff like that are start to either going to be costing a whole lot more for their insurance or copay, or you're going to be having a whole lot of unhappy times.
Yeah. So, well, and I've got to say that I'm sure the Taliban knows that this is going to hurt them, a bit, but they care more about,
They
not
don't need
having these drugs.
they don't need billions and billions. They just need the millions they need to do their stuff. They don't need, like I say, if they're having a problem with it in their own communities, they're going to whittle it down to just the amount that they can control.
And
And that
like
way
I say,
they know that it goes to the right place and what needs to be done and doesn't get onto their own streets, which, their religion is very, 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 let's put it this way. Our nicotine and smoking would be a very, very bad thing, like very bad.
yeah. So, I mean, it's like for me, no matter how you look at this, I cannot see how you can say it's a bad thing, and especially if you know that it's going to hurt them monetarily to make this decision, then you know that again, it's a good thing, like every way you look at it, it's a good thing. I don't know how this long ass article, trying to say that, you know, it's bad. The Taliban's successful opium ban is bad for Afghans and the world. Why? Because we're not going to have as much drugs. It's not going to be as many people dying of overdoses.
Because you're narrowing it down to just those points you want to make, and you're not trying to open yourself to the entire the intricate thing that's going on. You're not wanting to look at a bigger picture. You're just wanting to look at the drugs bad thing. And I'm not disagreeing with you about it for the most part and stuff like that. I'm actually glad to see less of these kind of pharmaceuticals on our streets and them coming to use. But I
Yeah,
can
I'm
also
saying.
see, what's going on there. I mean,
Yeah,
I understand their concerns, but I
yeah,
also understand the concerns they're having in their country and why they would want to have less of this abundance around while they're trying to get control of their country again after 20 years.
yeah. Well, I'm saying it's bullshit. It's a bullshit ass article, and even the topic is hypocritical coming from the United States and all of the shit that they say about the damn drugs, and then now they're saying it's bad that they're fucking banning it. I mean, that on his face
Never
just
mind.
it's bullshit. I'm sorry, bullshit. Freaking selling people this damn, it's just crazy, man. You could, if they were saying the opposite, if they was, saying the Afghans producing all of this opium and that's bad for Afghans and the world, then that would be a good article, truthful article, and it would go with what they had been saying before. Now they're gonna flip the switch, flip the you know, flip the damn narrative. It's just crazy. Anyways, man, I gotta fucking force myself to sleep. I gotta be up in a few hours, and I work all day, and I just got through working all day. So this was my third shift. I just did 5 hours on here. I didn't mean to do it. I didn't fucking cover half of what I wanted to cover either. We stayed way too long on some of those topics. I need to put a damn timer or something. Pat gets it going. I can't, and he don't feel like I'm being rude. Trying to get it to move on to the next topic. Not trying to be rude. I'm just trying to cover
That's
as much
why
stuff.
I try not to cut him off and stuff like that. I actually try to jump in when he's like between sentences and taking that breath.
Yeah,
that long. It's
that's
like,
what I
okay,
do.
I got a chance to comment about the thing he said right before that.
Yeah, that's what I do too. I use those pauses to jump in there, but it's hard to switch gears to the new topic. That's one thing that we're struggling with on this show. We got to figure out a way to fix that because, yeah, and a lot of times it just be repeating the same thing. And Pat does it a lot when he's already made his point, and then it's like I say, I'm trying to move on, and then he makes his point again, but it's really the same point that he was making already. Like you've already made your point. Let's move on. Anyways, man, peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. And I got to get out of here. All right, man.
Out.
Good show.